Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on July 22nd be approved as presented.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature?
I do, Murray.
Okay, do you know the item number?
Yep, item 9D.
Okay. Any others?
I do, Murray. Item 7C.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Resolution to adopt the minutes.
Be it resolved that council approves the following minutes as circulated: regular council June 24th, special council July 8th, and public meeting July 8th.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, do you have a report?
I don't have a report, but I just got a concern, not only my concern, but a lot of other people have been getting in touch with me in regard to the playground in the park here. To say we all know the zip line's down, but somebody has been sending me some pictures at night of adults, playing on some of the swings and climbing all over the different things that we spend so much money on, the Rotary Club and Dysart taxpayers. So I don't know how we get the message out that is for the kids. I'm sure every park in the world has the problem, but when the pictures I saw, they had 4 people on one thing, and definitely it's going to break. So I don't know how we get that message out, but I'd like to see something done, whether it's through the press or more signage down there. But I don't know how we do it, but I just want to make it aware that it is a problem, because, a lot of money and a lot of time was spent putting that together. Thank you.
Maybe the OPP could wander down there a bit. Okay, so now we're, any comment on that? Okay, we'll go into the public meeting then. Good morning and welcome. The public meeting, July 22nd, will now come to order. Yeah, okay. Yeah, resolution to go in, first of all. Right.
That's okay. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9. Do I have a real watch? Oh, it is 9. No, okay, 9:05 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment files D14 ZB 2025-07, applicant Municipality of Dysart et al. For lands of Isles and Vanderwall, and D14 ZB 2024-04, lands of 2784805 Ontario Inc., 77 Wellings Road.
Okay, mover and seconder for that. Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. I almost call you Mallory there for a minute. Okay. Okay, so the purpose of the public meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required by the Planning Act. This is a public meeting to consider 2 proposed zoning amendments to the Dysart zoning bylaw 2005-120. It is council's responsibility to consider all information received to date regarding the applications and to hear and consider any views you may have about these applications. Every person present or registered will have the opportunity to ask questions about the proposals and voice their opinion regarding same. Please state your name and your relation to the application prior to speaking. Each person will have up to 5 minutes to provide comment or ask questions. Please direct all your questions and comments to the chair, and please restrict your comments to planning matters only. After this public meeting is over, council will make a recommendation as to whether or not the proposed zoning amendment should be passed. Council's recommendations will then be considered during the regular meeting of council. Once council has made a decision on the proposed amendment, notice will be circulated as per the Planning Act. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing to the municipality. If a person or public body who would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the council of the municipality of Dysart to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or the public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality in respect to the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw before the municipality of Dysart, gives or refuses to give approval of the amendment in the zoning bylaw, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the land tribunal. And the person or public body may not be added as a person to the hearing to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. We are now open for comments on the meeting. As the first application is Isles and Vanderwall. Chris?
I will be proceeding with this one. Thank you.
Okay, Jeff.
And good morning. So yes, the first application is a zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning for two properties located on County Road 21 in the village of Haliburton, which are owned by Isles and Vanderwall. The proposed amendments will rezone the back portion of the property zoned extractive industrial, as well as a small portion zoned rural residential -5, and change the zoning to rural type 1, which is the zoning for the remainder of the two properties. The intent of this zoning bylaw amendment is first to correct a zoning matter related to a recent lot addition consent, and that's the small portion zoned rural residential -5. And at the rear portion, to enable the owners to better use the rear portion of their land since there's no active aggregate license, while also providing flexibility to adjacent properties for development within the settlement area. No comments have been received as of the date of this report. The proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement as well as the official plan. Staff seek direction from council regarding the proposed amendments.
Okay. Is the applicant or agent present? No. Council will now have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant, and they're not here, so there won't be any questions. Does any member of council want to comment on this file? And the meeting was open for public comments. Anyone wishing to address it? No? This will conclude the public comment portion of that meeting then. If council had any further questions. So this does conclude the application for that particular. So we need a resolution then.
Would you like me to read that resolution since Mallory is away?
Yes, you're reading it, yes.
Okay. So be it resolved that the report for file number D14 ZB 2025-007, being a municipal-led zoning bylaw amendment for the adjacent lands owned by Isles and Vanderwall, which consist of part lot 9, concession 9 in the geographic township of Dysart and the municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information. And that council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its July 22nd, 2025 regular meeting. And that council recommends that the bylaw be approved.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Walt and Carm, did you have your hand? Yeah. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now, Chris, this is your turn.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is for the temporary zoning bylaw amendment for 77 Wallings Road. Based on the application, the owner is seeking approval for a temporary use bylaw under Section 39 of the Planning Act and process under Section 34 of the Planning Act to permit the interim use on the subject property for 6 glamping pods intended to provide short-term accommodation for vacationing public. According to the information provided by the applicant, the proposed pods are self-contained on-grade structures that do not require connection to municipal services. Occupants would utilize the existing washroom facilities located within the main building of the property. Each property is constructed from prefabricated kit and placed on a platform that extends approximately 10 centimeters beyond the diameter of the structure. The pods do not require permanent foundations and are designed to be transportable by trailer and to and from the site. Collectively, the pods will occupy the rear yard area of the property adjacent to Wallings Road. Each pod will be assigned one dedicated parking space on the property, and occupants will have access to existing washroom facilities within the main building. No additional external site lighting is proposed as part of the temporary use. In order to consider the proposed temporary use, a zoning bylaw amendment application must be submitted to the municipality in accordance with the provisions of Section 34 and 39 of the Planning Act. Section 39 authorizes council to pass a temporary use bylaw to permit the use of land, building, or structures for a specific time-limited purpose that is not otherwise permitted under the existing zoning bylaw. When evaluating such an application, the municipal official plan directs council shall consider whether the proposed use will be of a temporary nature and will not entail any major construction or investment on the part of the owner, so that the owner will not experience undue hardship in reverting back to the original once the temporary use provision is complete. Or the proposed use will not be incompatible with adjacent land uses and the character of the surrounding neighborhood, despite anything else in this plan. Council may authorize a temporary use of land which may not comply with the municipal official plan policies only if the temporary use is determined not to have any detrimental effects upon the existing land use in the area and the long-term objectives of the plan. Public comments. All neighboring property owners within 120 meters of the subject property have been circulated for comment on July 2nd. In addition to the public comment portion for circulation, section 16.8.2 of the official plan requires the applicant to prepare and implement a public consultation strategy. In accordance with the policy, the applicant had held a meeting with neighbor property owners who did attend, and they did provide comments and addressed the public's comments as well, which were provided under the public portion of the report. At the time of this report, the writing of this report, and through public consultation strategy, the following comments have been received. Marty and Doug Tyndall have provided a full letter, which was summarized in the portion of the report, staff report, and I believe that they will be speaking, so they can certainly go through all of theirs in more detail. However, their comments basically raised concerns with noise and enforcement, traffic, groundwater and water supply, planning justification and policy alignment, and the proponent's conduct. So they could go through their comments a little bit later in the meeting. Halliburton Condominium Corporation had provided a full letter as well. I don't believe anybody who wrote that letter is in attendance, so I'll just go through this one as summarized. So noise concerns. Residents are concerned that the proposed glamping site will generate disruptive noise, particularly from campers partying or consuming alcohol, negatively impacting the quiet enjoyment of their homes. Property and liability risks. The absence of physical barrier, such as a fence between the properties, could allow campers to trespass, leading to property damage and personal injury. There is concerns about increased liability exposure to the condominium, especially around the docks and waterfront area. Fire risk. Concerns were raised about the likelihood of campfires, fireworks increasing the risk of fire near the property. Water table impact. The condominium has ongoing issues with their water supply and low water table levels. There is concern that increased water demand from the glamping operation will worsen this issue. Lack of transparency and uncertainty. The planning justification report references potential future redevelopment of the subject lands. There's frustration over the lack of detail and public communication regarding long-term plans to the site. And opposition to zoning, temporary zoning. The residents question the appropriateness of using a temporary zoning bylaw for what they view as incompatible and potentially disruptive land use. The request for council consideration. So there's letters that urge council to give priority to council for full-time taxpaying and residents over uncertain and short-term commercial development. Comments from the County of Haliburton. From both an official plan policy and traffic perspective, the county has no objections to the proposed temporary use. The district health unit had provided some comments which were outlined in the report, which just highlight our for food purposes regulation, drinking water safety. Depending on the system and usage, they'll have to go through certain regulations to ensure safe drinking water. Active transportation recommendations. They just provided some recommendations for cycling, pedestrian, walkways, sidewalks, those type of things. Public consultation strategy comments, which were provided by the applicant. I'll just go through these quickly, and I believe that Savis Veratis, which is the consultant on the application, if need be, can go further detail on these. So the questions raised during the public consultation strategy related to the number of people per pod, maximum number of people accommodated on the site, use of existing building, how will noise and trespass be controlled, how will campfires and pets be policed, excuse me, size, number of docks, boating activity, will the pods have electricity and heat, will the pods be used for cooking, shower facilities, what will the pod consist of, existing, for example, yurts, service by municipal sewer and septic systems, will parking be provided, how will fire suppression be addressed, how will garbage collection be addressed, how will on-site supervision or supervisor be addressed for being on site during the operations of the site, low water table concerns, impact to neighboring wells, and lack of information for future land use. Therefore, so in consideration of the information presented in the report and comments received, staff seeks council's direction on whether the proposed use aligns with the long-term vision and plan policy framework for the area, whether it is appropriate in its current form and context, and whether an alternative planning approach may be more appropriate given the nature of the use and its location within the settlement area. And I believe that there are members of the public in attendance to speak to these some of their comments, and if there's anybody else to speak to the comments. However, I will pass it back over to you, Murray, and I believe that Savis Veratis, the consultant, is in attendance to speak to the application and address any comments that council or the public may have.
Okay, so if an applicant or the agent's here to speak, so if he's got comments now, we can hear them.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Savis Veratis of Plan Muskoka. My mailing address is P.O. Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I'm here this morning as the agent for the applicant on this matter. I have read staff's report. I listened to their presentation in its entirety, and I think that the application has been described appropriately and accurately. So I won't go into details about the other actual proposal itself to not reiterate and waste everyone's time here today. So the applicants request council a decision today to defer this matter. There's some outstanding matters that staff have raised concern about that I think could be addressed if given some additional time to go through that with staff, and also to go through some of the more of the public comments that have been received since the application was circulated after we held our own circulation and received comments at that point in time. So I think a deferral would help us address those matters if council be willing to do so. So I'm going to provide just a brief overview and just give my sort of 2 cents on how we feel this aligns with the official plan policies. So in my opinion, the proposal is fairly low impact and minimal in nature. The establishment of only 6 glamping pods for a total of 12 users at maximum capacity of the site represents a pretty minimal land use for 2.2 acres property. It seeks to utilize the existing building of the lands for washroom services and the existing parking lot for parking of vehicles. There's enough parking for more than one parking spot to be aligned, to be accommodated for each glamping pod. So each glamping pod would have access to more than one parking space for the users of it. The property at 2.2 acres allows for vegetative areas to remain or be reestablished through site plan control. And that would be something that would be willing, that the applicant would be willing to establish as part of this proposal as well too. And those are the couple of matters we could potentially deal with staff in terms of providing more information for if this application would be deferred and would come back to a different date. While the official plan does not permit the use as a permanent land use, it does allow temporary land use to be established through a zoning bylaw amendment as proposed. Section 1610(1) permits temporary uses when it's considered appropriate by the municipality to permit the proposed use to operate on a permanent or continuing basis. Section 1610(2) requires that certain principles and criteria have to be met when approving temporary use bylaws. The first is that the proposed use will be of a temporary nature, will not entail any major construction or investment or of the part of the owner, and so that the owner will not experience undue hardship in reverting to the original use upon termination or of the temporary provisions. So the glamping pods, as described by staff, are fairly non-destructive to construct. Basically, they'll be placed on a platform without the need for a foundation, which makes them easily removed at the end of the 3-year period where the temporary bylaw expires. The proposed use will not be incompatible with adjacent land uses and character of the surrounding neighborhood. It is a fairly minimal proposal. 6 glamping pods for this 2.2 acre property is fairly minimal in land use. They're sort of centrally located to the property and located to the rear as well too. So it brings them off of the immediate shoreline area where a lot of the activity and amenity spaces from the neighbors is focused on in this type of area. Through site plan control, again, there could be the establishment of buffers, retention of vegetation, or redevelopment, or replanting of trees alongside lot lines or fencing to be installed that will help with compatibility issues that are raised by the public. It should also be noted that the zone itself permits fairly intensive land uses as of right, such as healthcare centers, auditoriums, and educational uses, which when developed fully could be more impactful than 6 glamping pods proposed on the site. So the last criteria is that council may authorize a temporary use of land which may not comply with the policies of the plan. Only if the temporary use is determined to not have any detrimental effect on the land uses in the area and the long-term objectives of the plan. So if council be willing to defer this matter today, I believe that the applicant will be willing to provide the information about hydrology that was raised by staff in an area and make a determination through that whether there be any impact on the surrounding area from that perspective. We also expect some comments back from peer reviewers, the applicant's consultant for stormwater management on the property has been asked to address peer reviewers' comments that were outstanding on the matter. They're working on those right now, and we expect those within a few weeks from now. So those could be provided to staff should this matter be deferred here today. And finally, site plan control, obviously, like I've mentioned throughout this presentation, could be used as a tool here. I think we could provide a more detailed conceptual site plan that maybe could address some of the comments made by the public through mitigative measures that can be established through site plan control, and maybe by providing a more detailed plan and some plan that addresses these matters, it could be made more clear to the public and to council how these matters could be dealt with. So again, we requested this matter be deferred to provide more time to address on these outstanding matters outlined by staff, and maybe provide a better conceptual plan to address the impacts of surrounding land uses. I'm going to leave it at that because I think this is going to be focused on public comments, and I'd just like to turn it over to that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Okay, Chris, they're asking that this be deferred. I guess we go ahead and hear the public comments then, do we? And does this have to come back again for another public meeting?
Yes. So it would come back, if you're deferring it, then we would come back at another meeting.
Okay. Okay, so, but we should go ahead and hear the people that are here, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so the meeting will now be open for public comments. And I heard the Tyndalls were going to speak. Is that? You want to come up here then? Someone going to speak here? Okay. Well, do you want to come up and push the button and fire off? There.
We're visible here. My name is Pete Mitchell. I'm a director of HCC 12 or 75 Wallings Road. We have a contingent here today. Maybe we should have had the meeting over there today. Thanks for everybody's support. And I would like to express our gratitude to council, certainly for the opportunity to present their opposition to the proposed bylaw amendment at 77 Wallings Road, which would enable the establishment of the 6 glamping pods next to our building. As you are aware, Wallings Way is a relatively new condo complex that was established in 2019. It is a beautiful building, beautiful grounds, primarily inhabited by seniors who have been fortunate enough to enjoy living in the beauty and serenity that is our neighborhood has provided us with, which are the primary reasons we moved here to that neighborhood in Haliburton. Our main contention with respect to the establishment of temporary use provisions, the Department of Planning provides the following policies, one of which stipulates the proposed use will not be incompatible with adjacent land uses and the character of the surrounding neighborhood. We firmly believe that the proposed glamping site is completely out of character with the neighborhood and that we have chosen to live in it. It is also an incompatible use of the land, considering the existing residential environment surrounding it. Loudspeaker systems, campfire get-togethers, cars coming and going, possibly snowmobiles if winter occupancy is allowed. The negative visual impact of 6 glamping pods, the prospect of ongoing noise intrusion and commotion both day and night, as campers are known to ramp it up as the day proceeds, simply doesn't work in the neighborhood for us or the neighborhood at large. We all know the drill, having been campers ourselves. All strong reasons supporting the incompatibility and inappropriateness of the campground, established next to a quiet condominium residence in a residential community. In addition, I don't believe that recreational uses, i.e. camping site, is potential use in the designated urban residential, which permits residential uses in various forms, but I'll defer to planners on this one. Our legal response, provided by Perry, Smith, and Frank, March 25th, presented and recorded for council planning, cited the following reasons opposing this development, which Chris has already gone over. Such as glamping will negatively impact HCC's quiet, peaceful lifestyle, increased liability from trespassers, concerns about water. There's a lack of information also regarding future use of the property. And now, in addition to those concerns, we must now discern as to whether an additional draw on electricity utilized by the glamping facility will impact the neighboring community. It was indicated that each pod would be heated electrically. Hydro has only provided a phase 1 service to the area, and the condo was already challenged to provide additional services to its owners due to these power limitations. Additionally, the management of short-term rental controls is also a concern. The application has provided a naturalization plan, a boating traffic impact study, and a traffic brief, which incidentally cites traffic numbers from 2017, 2 years before the condo was built. It includes a public consultation strategy and questions from the public that I would like to direct the council's attention to, that states in part, which Chris has already alluded to these. Each pod containing 2 people, 6 pods, enforcement of noise control consistent with local bylaws, fire regulations, fire bans, pet regulation, parking, fire suppression, on-site supervision, noise control, and future land concerns. And additionally, maybe a private, additionally, a private fence to be installed to buffer noise and visual distraction. The list goes on. Our question is, who is the enforcer? Our collective concern is who will monitor and enforce these recommendations and conditions as outlined in the application. Unauthorized short-term rentals, loud parties, trespassing, trash control, occupancy limit violations, parking, and possibly snowmobile noise in the winter are all issues that need to be addressed. We strongly feel this project is not only a liability visually to the neighborhood and the 21 condo units sitting right beside it, but also a liability to the city. The city will need to provide the necessary staffing resources to ensure compliance and appropriate enforcement of recommendations and conditions outlined in the application at a significant cost, I would think. We wholeheartedly support the planning department's recommendation to deny this application, but thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Sure. Savas, is this intended to be used year round? I didn't hear that.
To be honest with you, I don't know the exact answer to that. I can't imagine to be used right in the dead of the winter, but I think by providing information to that in response to the questions that were raised about heating, there's obviously a desirability to have it at least through the fall months when nights might be cooler. So I don't anticipate, like I said, like a full winter usage just because the amount of pods being proposed is fairly minimal, and having, snow removal being, established on the property for only 6 pods doesn't seem to make feasible sense. But I can get that answer if there's matters deferred and address that directly to council at the next meeting. They should have come back.
And what's for cooking facilities in them?
I don't believe there was any cooking facilities proposed with it, but there definitely wouldn't be like a stove or anything to that effect. It could very well be that you'd be permitted to have your own camping barbecue that would be established outside, just like other sites would. And just to make it clear too, this is like a glamping type of camp. So it's not like a full camping site. It's not like anybody would be pitching tents or anything like that to bring more than people intended for each pod. Like each pod is designed for 2. I'm being told. So 2 people maximum would be permitted on each pod, so 12 people total. So I don't anticipate there would be sort of a lot of the impacts that's being sort of compared to when you look at it like a regular campsite ground. But that said, to answer your question, I don't believe anything like full cooking facilities would be provided. It would be more probably as needed or as brought by the users themselves in terms of barbecues.
Any other questions? Nancy, you got up first.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I've read through this report several times, as well as all the public comments, and I find that for Section 39 of the Planning Act, this does not meet any of the guidelines. Unfortunately, it doesn't serve a temporary need or a broader public interest. It appears that it's only going to serve a financial interest of the property owner. The public provincial policy statements for development and settlement areas, it supports the development of complete communities, including a range and mix of housing opportunities. This property is zoned to provide that, and this is not meeting that guideline either. It doesn't meet any long-term needs of the community. The official plan specifically identifies that this type of recreation and commercial use is to be outside of the settlement area policy, the Haliburton Village settlement area policy. So I don't find it to be a compatible use. So personally, I feel regardless of what concessions they come back with it, I would not be able to support that because it doesn't meet these guidelines or serve a greater purpose.
Savas, I applaud the owners trying to find a way to make that property work up there. I kind of echo Nancy's comments there, but normally the glamping type dome stuff is evolutionary and kind of comes along after a campground. I've seen 2 or 3 of them on Muskoka Way that have transitioned into that, have worked very well in that way, in that area. But my concern is having it right in town is not really a good fit for it, in that not only the atmosphere of it, but on the same note, to me, then if we're offering temporary permits to one individual, then we're going to have to offer temporary permits to other people in town. And, you know, in a high, it's not really a good fit for higher density residential areas on that note. So I again, I'm as much as I'm pushing back, I am on that note. I don't think it's a good fit for that lot in regards to what's been presented today. And even if they did bring back some other information that sheds a positive light on it, I'm still struggling with the whole concept, to be honest. So anyways.
Gary?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with my fellow counselors there. I don't see where deferring this at this time is gonna change anybody's opinion of it.
Don't either.
Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Walt?
Yeah, I agree with you, Barry, and also Nance and Pat. I can just see it, you know, there's lots of problems gonna be arise if this was ever passed. You know, they've been mentioned here many times, and you know, the noise, how are you gonna police the number of people? You're saying there are only gonna be 2 people. Look at the problems we have with short-term rentals, with neighbors commenting on there was supposed to be 4 people there and there's 8, 10. They bring up pets running around. I mean, you could go on and on. It's right in town. It just like everybody says here, it doesn't suit the property. So that's my comments. And I agree. I think if you brought it back, my opinion would be how I feel today, and that is it would be a no.
Carm?
Yeah, I agree. Right. Camping, I love camping too, but camping's in the woods, not in Main Street of town. So
No.
I don't think that's where it should be.
No, I agree. Tammy?
Yeah, I agree. It's a great idea. It's just on the wrong property.
Yeah.
And definitely we need that to promote our area, but it's a better
Yeah.
in the forest.
It should be, yeah, should be in the bush or a rural area. That's where it belongs. Well, I feel badly for the owners because they didn't do their due diligence when they bought this property. They're in trouble with the traffic counts, and I understand they're struggling trying to get something out of it. But this isn't a good fit, and I don't see any reason to defer it. I think we should turn it down now and move on. So are you prepared to, is there any more comments from the public? I think they've done a pretty good job yet. Yes. Yeah, do you want to come to the mic or unless you got a really good voice?
5 minutes to persuade you not to defer but to reject. I give you that 5 minutes back.
Thank you. You're right on. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Just because the people online can't hear you without the microphone.
First of all, sorry, we were a couple of seconds late. So we live right beside this property, and if this was allowed to go forward, I can't imagine what we would be dealing with between animals and people and everything that goes with it. So I appreciate the council's decision.
okay, so Chris, I guess we're refusing it then.
Okay, so I think that's everybody that wants to speak. Sorry, I'm just not in the room. So if that's the case, we could certainly, I guess we'd read the recommendation then.
Yep.
Okay. So be it resolved that the report for the lands of 2784805 Ontario Inc., which consists of part lot 14, concession 8, part 1, to 12, registered plan 19R-9930, geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received for information, and that council directed bylaw to be brought forward for consideration of a temporary zoning bylaw during its July 2025 regular meeting, and that council recommends that the bylaw be denied.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, move on. Yeah, that's the resolution.
Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 9:37 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Carm, all in favor? Okay. Okay, Mr. Dyke, you're on, well, yeah, sure. They'll appeal that, you know that. They'll appeal that. I bet you. They'll appeal that. I don't think they can get anywhere, but they're gonna try.
They've done that over in Muskoka where they went.
From there to a trailer park, which makes sense. Right. Yeah, sure. Everybody knows Gary, of course. It goes. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, your worship. I thought everybody was here to hear me this morning. It was
You were kind of thrilled.
I thought it was gonna be a big audience. Just a pleasure to be here today and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the second phase of the service delivery review between the County of Haliburton and the 4-member municipalities of Haliburton. The purpose of today is to provide an outline of the program, the content of the program, the scope, also touch upon some of the aspects of the first phase of the program itself and some areas we're looking at going forward to help improve some of the implementation back from 2022. And also take any questions that council may have going forward and also outline the timelines we're looking at right now going forward. So next slide, please. I think it's important to give a little context of what we're talking about today and what the basis of the service delivery review is. And from our premise, the first and foremost, it's just a systemic look at how we provide service in various areas across the board, whether it be at the county level or at the local level, and how best we can do it from an efficiency and operational standpoint, and ensuring that we're meeting the goals of not also the mandate set by our respective councils, but also the intent or the needs of our client base, be it from the private sector, the public itself, or even the interaction between the county and the town and the local municipalities and between the local municipalities themselves. So it's an operational piece. It's not one of the, I think, of the misconceptions of service reviews. It's a cost-cutting measure. That's not the basis. One of the areas you're looking at from an efficiency standpoint, there may be an area by which you do realize savings in either direct savings to the operation of the service itself, but also in the standpoint, from the sustainability standpoint, that you don't need any extra money to run the service or expand or create the service level that's needed across the area. It's about quality of and delivery of service, and if done properly, there will be productivity enhancements, and there will be indirect savings going forward. And there may be some areas where there are actually direct financial savings, but that's not the primary goal of what we're looking at doing. And I think lastly, as I touched upon the fact, it's not solely a cost cutting exercise, but this shouldn't be viewed as the thin edge of the wedge of the first step towards anything other than looking at the best way to deliver service amongst the county and the local municipalities. It's not about amalgamation. It's not about reorganization. It's about what the best way is to provide service within the structures that we currently have. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier in my start of the presentation, we're looking at providing a background to the service delivery program that has occurred to date, outlines the encapsulated phase 1 of the program, and more importantly, for that part of it is identifying what was done, what was implemented, the success that was had, and how we can move forward to improve upon the successes that we're getting through the first phase. And a principal piece again is outlining the scope of the work for phase 2 and the program that will be undertaken for phase 2 and bringing recommendations back to the respective councils going forward. Next slide, please. Phase 1 of the program was completed by Strategy Corp on behalf of County Council and the local municipalities of the previous term, 2018 to 2022. And the final report was produced in November 2020. It was quite a detailed report, as those of you who were on council before will remember. They identified 66 different service profiles across organizations to look at, and over 200 different potential areas of improvement going forward. Of those, there was 12 high priority areas that were brought forward for further review, including fire services, solid waste management, building and bylaw procurement, IT, economic development, legal services, human resources, corporate communications, roads and bridges, and planning services. The report identified, in the 2020 report, identified a potential for $900,000 in direct and $210,000 in productivity gain, direct savings and productivity gains going forward. But it's important to note that these numbers weren't realized because a lot of the services that would have accounted for the direct savings weren't the ones that were implemented coming out of the first phase of the review. The priority areas were subject to detailed review and assessment by teams comprised of staff from the county and local municipalities, and the findings presented to the implementation or steering committee was comprised of members of county council. The following high priority initiatives were identified for implementation: solid waste management, fire services, economic development, bylaw enforcement, procurement, and the IT digital strategy. And it's important to recognize the level of work that was done on behalf of the staff members and councils going forward with respect to the review, and recommendations were brought forward in this. Through this review, significant levels of success were achieved through the implementation of 6 of the identified priority areas. But it is noted that of the 6, solid waste management got to a point where it was third-party reviewed. A report came back to both county council and local councils for a single tier service of solid waste management. That report was not approved, and so solid waste management remained at status quo with, I think, with collaboration between the municipalities going forward, but with the actual structure of delivery of the service was not altered significantly based on the findings of the report. I believe I submitted 2 copies, 2 reports to Township Council. There's a lot more detail on the different areas. For your review, if you have any questions about that, we can deal with some of that. But in the interest of time, I won't go into the specifics on those areas right now. One of the additional part of phase 1. Excuse me. Next slide, please. One additional part of phase 1, which was really important, was the attention given to an increase or improvement of intermunicipal cooperation between the local municipalities and the county. And in saying that, since that time, considerable strides have been made improving the level of cooperation, collaboration between the county and member municipalities, but also between member municipalities themselves, providing support in different service areas, as well as in sharing ideas, sharing joint meetings between fire chiefs, between the planning directors, treasurers, and the CEOs themselves, who we meet monthly to help each other out and identify areas of concern or areas of improvement going across our collective operations. And I think the increased level of cooperation and collaboration had a significant positive impact on the way we deliver service across the county going forward. And that's something that we'll definitely ensure continues as we go forward. Next slide, please. Under phase 1, just as an overall review of going forward, there's a great deal of success with the implementations that were done at both the county and local level. Have been some challenges, like any new programs put in place. When you get them in place for 18, 24 months, you're going to enough areas that need an improvement, things aren't quite working, and modifications going forward. And one of the challenges that came out of that, and this is again not a critique of the people involved, it was just a matter of the implementation process itself. There was no formalization of roles and responsibilities within the implemented services. So what you had is, as staff changed and the institutional knowledge left with those people, the people that came in didn't have the background that was making the original program was done. So the systems were people driven versus system driven. And so one of the things we're looking at doing for some of the key areas is developing service level agreements between the county and the local municipalities that will clearly identify who does what, who's responsible for what, who pays for what, if there's a cost involved. But more importantly, if there's a disagreement, or if there's between how something's being implemented, it's all clearly written out in the document. So it eliminates any confusion going forward, and should definitely increase the level of service as we go forward. Next slide, please. As I started to mention in the last slide, the benefits of the service level agreements are just first and foremost clarity and transparency going forward. So everybody understands who's doing what, who's responsible for what the mechanism by which are things to get move forward, any cost or resource or even shared resourcing between staff members going forward. But it also deals with accountability. By having the specific assigned responsibilities, it's very easy for us now to monitor how the work's being done and can report out to council and to the public as to the success, failures, and difference of the program, and allows you to take a deeper dive into how to improve things, or whichever it may be as the process is going forward. And by doing this, you improve your service quality for everybody involved going forward, but it also strengthens cooperation. When you have more knowns than unknowns, you don't have voids created where other people are interpreting what should be done, as can become a point of conflict going forward. So that's eliminated. And from a fiscal management standpoint, by having the clearly identified roles and responsibilities, it allows for much more stable, long range looking at how we allocate resources to a specific service, be it number of people that provide it or the actual money that goes into providing the service. And by doing these things collectively, when it's a clearly outlined program where there's clear guidelines for the users of the system, but also we can report out on both a qualitative and quantitative basis with respect to success, failure of the program, it actually stabilizes the public trust in how we deliver the service, but also how we deliver the service to the people as well, but also that the implementation of the guidelines of that service are recognizing any information brought forward for the members of the public on how it directly affects them, and creating a much better, well-rounded service going forward. So as parallel to this phase 2 of the service delivery review, we are in the process now of drafting the service level agreements for procurement, IT, and the shoreline preservation bylaw, which I know doesn't apply to Dysart, but the first two definitely do. And included in the service level agreements, I think one of the areas that we can definitely improve upon is ensuring that there is sufficient and a very structured education and training piece behind these operations, not only for staff, members of council, but members of the public utilize the service. Things like procurement is a key one, and also shoreline preservation for the other municipalities, making sure that people understand how they fit into the process, be it from a application process, making sure it's being followed, or in the case of an applicant that has to appeal or challenge a decision based on a bylaw, that would all be part of both the service level agreements themselves, but also creating operational guidelines or implementation guidelines going forward. Next slide, please. Phase 2 of the program our goal going forward is not to create a static entity in the sense that we were going to do it and sit and just walk away from it, leave it again. They would have the same premise around the service level agreements where required, but also ensuring there's clear guidelines and operational implementation plans going forward, so everybody fully understands what's going forward. And importantly, can be very easily injected into a continuous improvement program, so we can monitor the program and ensuring we're actually delivering what we said we were going to deliver, but also make necessary changes when we're finding areas that need to be improved upon going forward. And so that is part of our quarterly, semi-annual, and reporting back into our collective councils. these will be areas some metrics we can actually report on, saying here's the success rate, here's what the feedback coming back on a number of the areas going forward. And also ensuring that what we're doing is meeting the strategic goals of each one of our municipalities. And also from going forward, because we're reviewing these services on a continual basis, the additional benefit is going forward. It allows us to actually do a resourcing review continually through the operations, particularly with respect to positions within our collective municipalities, in that when a position becomes vacant, there's a requirement for a review on the need or value, if you will, of that position. And so we're constantly reviewing it. So it's just not replacing a position for the sake of replacing a position when it becomes vacant, but making sure that service is still required. And if not, then reinvest that resource into a service that may be currently underserviced as we go forward, or completely change that FTE into a different use depending on where other needs are within the operations. Next slide, please. Going forward into phase 2, one of the areas, again, going back, doing a review of phase 1 is, I think there's a lot of effort put in, a lot of demand put on staff and councils as well with respect to the review, because it was a very large undertaking. So there was like 12 separate areas that were part of the review in going forward. And you look at from an implementation standpoint and review standpoint, that's a lot of work. And so I think there was some impact on that on the going forward, because there was no formal implementation plan out of phase 1, and we will correct that under phase 2. So as we were doing our review of the remaining areas to look at, we thought it was very important to create it down to a manageable size. And we've landed on 4 specific areas. This was a bigger list at the start, consultation with myself and the local CAOs and county council. So we were able to scope it down into 4 specific areas, being engineering, communications, human resources, and a very small sliver of planning, which is a consolidated official plan. And I'll get into details on that in a minute. And it's important to note that all 4 of these areas were looked at during phase 1, but for whatever reason didn't move forward at that time. The one difference with engineering, it was actually specifically called roads and bridges during the first review. And we're looking at it from an engineering perspective, that same elements under the roads and bridges pieces, but also adding element around engineering itself and the service delivery into engineering to support the five municipalities going forward. At a very high level, and these comments are at a very high level, and just as the basis to why they were selected over any other ones, because it's important going into, like, there are no preconceived notions how these are going to come out. Like, these areas, we think we can look at areas to improve in certain areas. What that looks like, I don't have an answer to that right now. That's what we're going to find out later in the year as we move forward with the program. Engineering was an interesting one going forward because of the level of service provided from the county engineering perspective and what is provided from an engineering perspective of the local municipalities. And this isn't being critical of either entity. There's a significant amount of money spent on outside engineering consultants within our 5 municipalities. And just dealing with the local municipalities over a 2-year period, is roughly about $900,000 was spent on engineering consultants between the 4 municipalities. And looking at what value for service you're getting for that money versus what could, and then what would happen if you looked at an internal engineering service that could be broadened beyond specific project style engineering and getting into various support mechanisms around things like asset management. The new demands from the province on asset management across our municipality is quite significant. And if we can look from a standpoint, is that a level of service that we could provide jointly across the municipalities? There's a value to it. Small design, regular inspections. Now, we're not allowed to do the legislative inspections on our own structures, but smaller inspections, smaller design, quantity calculations, things of that nature that currently aren't provided in a comprehensive basis in a larger scale was one aspect I think that is definitely worth looking at to see if there's a way to save money and also improve service level, and keeping a lot of it in-house, because if we can do some in-house work, there may be some improved interaction between the municipalities going forward, but that would all be brought out in the review going forward. Communications as well. I mean, from a communication standpoint, there's a pretty decent job is being done at communications across the area, but there's not a lot of coordinated piece. I think there's some coordination can be looked at on the delivery of communications, particularly from the county's perspective, because we don't have a dedicated communications person that's picked up by people that's part of their jobs going forward. And I think there's a way from create a more productive, cohesive manner of communicating with the public that increases the amount of data share or information share with members of the public, but even around notices. During the ice storm, we noticed between having dedicated communications people at the county and with Minden Hills, the level of communication, information sharing in the public was dramatically improved. And it was one thing that brought to our attention that if we have some people who can focus on it, there's a great value that possibly can be brought to our municipalities in that fashion. Human resources, again, was another one. This is around, it's a valuable service provided across our municipalities. And it's very specialized in nature. And currently right now, the number of dedicated people doing HR is limited amongst our 5 municipalities. And it may be a way to look at, is there a better way we can collaborate and share service and making sure things like contract negotiations, labor negotiations, recruitment, specific training, legislative training is handled, and including benefits, how the benefits are administered across our municipalities is an area going forward. Planning itself is a very limited in this context. I believe most of the municipalities, if not all the municipalities, official plans are up for review within a very short time frame. And is there a benefit for us looking at one consolidated official plan that covers the entire county? And then from a local municipality standpoint, they would become secondary plans, which gives a greater deal of flexibility to the local municipalities in dealing with development applications. And so that would be something that would be looked at going forward. Next slide, please. Excuse me. As I mentioned previously, the primary purpose of our program is to identify ways to improve the service delivery going forward and streamlining operations, because if anything we can do to decrease the amount of time people are having to interact with the municipality or the county on development applications or anything or permitting, things of that nature, it's better for everybody. And again, better allocation of both human and fiscal resources. As from a fiscal management standpoint, as we're all aware, as things progress, there are more demands being put on the county and local municipalities on things that we were required to invest resources into, and even to the point where some of the non-jurisdictional items are actually starting to creep into costing us money as well. So anything we can do that increases our fiscal management and gives us areas by which we can be more efficient in how we spend money and decrease the need to go create new money to provide service is better for all of us. The program itself has been developed through the coordination collaboration between myself and the CAOs for the local municipalities. And from under this program, all final reports or recommendations within each service area, they'll be divided in 4 different service areas, will be provided to both the county council and local councils, hopefully at the end of this year into the beginning of 2026 for final approval. All approvals do rest with council. Just recommendations will come up from the staff level and the council. Next slide, please. I apologize for this. It's a little tough to see, but this graphic represents the program, which is a little different than the last one in the sense that the steering committee, there was a steering committee of county council before that the recommendations went to, then the recommendations came in steering committee back to the councils. What we're looking at doing this year is a little bit different and creating more, hopefully, what I feel will be better interaction between county council and the local councils and the staff with the recommendations versus it being a strictly hierarchical pushing up type aspect for the delivery review itself. So as mentioned before, the final decisions and everything still rests with both county council and local councils. But the oversight committee with respect to the project itself would be myself and the 4 local CAOs supported by staff. And then there'd be 4 separate review committees that would deal with the specific areas of review that we talked about previously. And what this allows to do is a great deal of interaction between the specific review committees, which is the subject matter experts, the people we have currently doing those roles or portions of those roles within our organizations, That information will go up into the oversight committee or whatever we choose to call it at the end. And that's where the final, the set of recommendations will be crafted and then go up into councils for review, comment, and approval. And specifically on the diagram, it was done, it's there for just distinct purpose that the arrows go both ways. It's not intended to be a one and done where the report goes to council, we're expecting final decisions. It's an iterative process where the reviews come forward with the input from the user groups, public members, staff, into the CAOs for final review and the crafting of recommendations that then go forward up into councils. They can then go back into the group for more detail, more explanation, whatever the case may be, based on the needs and desires of council. And part of the review process would include interaction with council. So there's lots of interjection points for council along the way. And our goal is once this is done, by the time we get to the end of the program with the final recommendations that are under for consideration or final approval or implementation, you'll be able to reflect those interactions between staff, public, and council throughout the process, how the modifications of the recommendations as they move forward. Next slide, please. Roles and responsibilities. This is similar to the commentary I had with respect to the service level agreements. This is just a document that clearly outline who does what. So everybody understands where we're going and what their role is, what the expectations coming out of this are going to be, and as the process goes forward. As we move forward from today, there will be a separate document that will be created again by myself and the local CEOs with respect to the terms of reference or mandate for the program itself. So it'll be clearly articulated as to what the scope and parameters of the project are, because, you know, it's one thing to try to create the perfect mousetrap, but it's fiscally not attainable, or, you know, you have to add too many people. So putting some scopes on, here are the parameters and what we're looking at, here are the limitations to how we move forward. And so we're not wasting our time going off on tangents that don't have any practical relevance as we move forward going forward, while still trying to maintain maximum level of critical thinking, new ideas going forward for review and consideration as we move forward. Next slide, please. Lastly, from a schedule, I've already blown the schedule up on myself already. Initially, when I originally presented back to the county council back in June, our goal was to stay within the budget cycle, our budget cycles, for the reasons that if whatever's implemented by or approved by councils going forward, if there's budget implications, they're built into the budget going forward. County budget's approved in the first week of December, which is a bit of a tight timeline, but with the way the local municipality budgets are further into 26, that gives us a bit more flexibility. So the goal to eventually actually be done in.
We will be presenting first budget in December.
Okay. So we will be looking at having discussion with recommendations in the county council, I'm sure with, and we'll, as you share with you, is how we can adjust both, kind of run a bit parallel programs or placeholders if need be, based on the review process. We're still looking for an early 2026 approval time from the councils. And the reason that's important because, as I mentioned before, under phase one, there was no formal implementation plan. We will make sure that any changes that are happening, there is a formal change management plan put in place. So any impacted staff, there's lots of understanding, lots of education, training, moving forward with it, and allows us to take the necessary time to put the implementation in place. So we hopefully catch a lot of the stuff that wasn't caught last time, and make a much more smooth transition as we move into there. If we kind of miss that window and we go much beyond that, then you're looking at you'll be into 27 before you look at any implementation. So if I think from a strategic standpoint, and operational standpoint, it'd be nice if we could get, if there are going to be changes that we can deal with them in 2026. With that, your worship, I'll take any questions that yourself or council may have.
Well, I'd just like to say you make that sound pretty simple. I don't think it's quite that simple. Anyway, one of the problems here is that when the last, this council has never seen this. This is fairly new to them. And I think what happened before, the council moved on some areas. They didn't move on some. And when they didn't move on some, and municipalities had a need to fill that, they went and created those jobs. Now we've got HR person in every township. I believe.
Through your worship, it's my understanding that very few municipalities actually have a dedicated HR person. It's usually split between, usually I think the CAO is the generally the lead. The county does have a dedicated HR person. We have one, but I don't think any other municipality has a dedicated. I think Highlands East may have advertised for one, but I don't think there's.
And there was progress made on benefits and stuff,
Yep.
but then it all dropped when, you know,
Yeah.
somebody comes along, somebody different and takes on different things. So like, this is the engineering is, I guess one of the things that I'm going to put right out here is that we have spent a lot of money on GIS and things like that, and we're way ahead of everybody else. And I'm not prepared to say that I'm going to support financially bringing everybody on board after we've already done it. So that's going to have to be considered.
Yeah, if I might, your worship, that's exactly the case. And that's part of the reason for the program, identifying what exists and what the steps would go forward. This, for full understanding, the engineering we're talking about is separate from the GIS component. There's elements of GIS in, but that would be part of the view, as well as how the advancement of one or others would support one another. But those are all the considerations going forward. And at the end of the day, when you flesh out all the numbers, do all the review, it may be we kind of are doing the best we can, and there's not a significant level of increase to warrant the change. So we're not going as a preconceived notion, but just on the base data we have, specifically in engineering, there's a lot of service level. If you look across Eastern Ontario, for example, the 13 counties across Eastern Ontario, that engineering support out of the counties that currently isn't provided here, right? That's looking at what's the best methodology used. So that'll be all thrown, to your point exactly, all that stuff's thrown into the hopper as part of the review going forward.
I can go on here, but I'll have my day in court. Okay. Walton, Pat, I think was next.
Well, Gary, needless to say, you're very passionate about this, and I understand, but I mean, I just don't understand. You know, you're talking about so many, you know, different areas. Like, it's definitely, this is presented here as first time to a lot of us, and but to me, I like, how are we going to save $900,000? You said there.
Just for clarity, your worship, I wasn't saying we're going to save $900,000. I was saying that's currently what's spent on consultants. I wasn't saying you're going to save $900,000. The original estimate in phase one of the report, they identified a potential $900,000 in direct savings if all of the areas were implemented. I have no, again, back to my comment to the mayor, I'm making no assumptions as to level of savings. The first goal is looking at the service delivery, and if we can improve the service delivery into the local municipalities, as well addressing new needs like asset management, and not looking at takeover management, but, you know, provide the support to asset management and other things, that's what would be looked at.
Okay, and I'm needless to say, like probably everybody in council everywhere in the county, like we're really trying to save money for the taxpayers. And like in so many areas here, it looks to me like you're going to have to hire more staff at the county. And needless to say, that's going to cost Dysart like a large sum of money. So I'm just not for hiring. I'd like to know how many staff. You know, needless to say, that's, you don't know yourself, because there's a lot of doors you got to open and close yet. But I just can't see this being one of the most important things I think us on council is to do, is to be accountable for all the taxpayers' dollars. And I just can't, with times the way they are, I can't see us spending more money that in area and more staff being hired to like to make this really work that efficient. I'd love to know how much money it's really going to cost. Not today, of course, but down the road. That to me is a very big question for me.
Through your worship, to Councillor McKechnie, I agree with you 100%, and that's part of the process. Part of the reason, the rationale behind this process, is doing an assessment of what currently is spent now, how it's spent, and the level of service that comes out of that expenditure. And these are just numbers off the top of my head, so please don't take them for anything. Just from an observational standpoint, if we're currently collectively spending $900,000 in outside engineering fees, and we look at bringing in more of that service in-house, and again, to your point, I couldn't tell you what that would require, but if to bring those elements of that component in-house cost $450,000, right? And there's a savings of $200,000 depending on, because you're still going to need engineering consultants for some things. I think you need to look at that, because to all of us, that means, as your point, we need to make sure we're spending money in the most efficient way possible for the taxpayer. But also from the standpoint of balancing off against increased service level, if you're getting a greater level of service and creating a better product, but also from the standpoint of if it becomes a shared service, then instead of Dysart because I'm here today, instead of Dysart carrying 100% of the cost, you'd be carrying a portion of the cost going forward versus 100%. So those are all the inputs that would go into the calculation going forward, because I agree with you 100%. If all those boxes aren't checked, then you're right, it's not worth moving forward on.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Gary, thanks for all that. I read through it before, and of course, when you put more context in it, when we're talking about it here now, we're new to the kind of the whole concept to a certain degree, and the bus is already moving along by look of it. But in my own personal comment, I'm all for more efficiency and less bureaucracy on that note, and I kind of echo Walt's comment there about if we got to hire, I'm going to say 4 or 5 jobs to make this essentially more efficient. But on the same note, it's going to cost us $1 million in new employment, and not to mention, I think we're getting close to being out of real estate in Minden. That's going to be another topic of discussion. But again, each individual municipality here has kind of different characteristics, whether it's volume of people or kilometers of road to maintain and everything else, which, I can totally see this process working for snow plowing and paving and that type of stuff, where, Highlands East is going 2/3 the way across Dysart to plow 5 kilometers of road and vice versa. I'm totally on board with that. But, moving forward, like in regards to the engineering portions and stuff like that, if Dysart disagrees, and again, you may have more of an explanation for it, but say we disagree about the procurement and engineering of a bridge here in town, and we think it should be done one way, and then in the service delivery review, that it seems like we're one step removed from making decisions in our own township by that. That goes kind of hand in hand with a different topic of land division, where it's a 2-step process, meaning there's 2 layers to it. And it just, as being in the construction business and everything else, it's another time delay, and it's also another cost, and almost a tennis match if there's any comments in there in order to get things to move to move forward. But anyway, I really don't know, like, this is all a concept for the phase 2, then we get to comment on it, or is it already?
So just a couple of points.
Sorry.
Yeah. So a couple, on the first part of your question, what I would say to you is, and I apologize for mentioning before, this is not, we're looking at things like providing the engineering service level. This isn't about removing autonomy from the local municipalities.
Okay.
This is about providing support. Like for asset, I'll use asset management, for example, because it's relatively new coming forward, is the county wouldn't be looking at taking over the asset management of the township. That's still the responsibility of the township, but any technical engineering component of it to support your asset management plan could come from the county. So, right. So it would come out of a shared service where you're not having to add the full service yourself. And same thing with if it's a local bridge, it's a local bridge. And again, as part of the asset management planning, is if the priorities are set by the local municipality, those priorities aren't adjusted.
Okay.
Right. But however, there is the opportunity whereby we could provide, there could be a support provided, be it on a design engineering perspective, an inspection standpoint, quantity calculation, those type of things, where it's not about taking over the service, it's about augmenting the service the township already provides at a cheaper rate. Right. And that's part of the review. And so, and then I think getting to your second question is, So the process, what we're talking about today is just the program itself. It's not about the details. It's not about outcomes. This is about how do we move forward looking at these 4 service areas, right? And at any time, it's like any program that was done last time, if one of the municipalities doesn't think it's the value to them, that's the decision of the local municipality, right? Similar to, I think last time with the bylaw enforcement, there was the shoreline bylaw preservation that Dysart, based on the level of service you currently had and the competence you had in your current level of service here, you maintained your currency, and it was the 3 other municipalities went together on that. So those are the outcomes that we're not talking about today. It's how do we get to the point where those informed decisions can be made at all of our council tables. And this is just outlining for council. This is how we see it going forward. This is where the inputs come in, but it's by no means establishing that we are doing engineering. No, we're looking at engineering. We're looking at communications, HR, and planning. So it's not about things being done. It's about putting the process forward in place, how we can look at them for those decisions to be made.
You circle back about the engineering component. Are you suggesting then that the county will go back into doing more engineering design, such as roads? They used to do all that stuff. Or, I'm gonna say peer review for bridges or anything else that comes around. Is that we hire those people and have them in-house at the county level then? Is that what you're saying? Or
that's one of the options that would be looked at and how that would play out, because that goes back to around, because we're all of us, county included, we're spending a lot of money externally to have some of that work done.
Yeah.
And so if there's a way we can reduce those external costs or our total cost, but also increase the level of service. Can you imagine, like to your point, with the in-house service being there, better geographic knowledge of the townships, better geographic knowledge of the township, better interaction between staff that know each other better. So there's those intangibles that would be taken into a factor as well. But that would all be part of the information put into the review loop for council's consideration.
Okay, moving forward with these different ideas, when do we get to vote on that, or how does that process evolve?
I'm sorry, which one?
In terms of
any of the proposals, we'll get.
100%. And they'd be brought forward individually as opposed to one. So you'd get, some of them may come together, but they'd be separate recommendations, separate reports so you'd get the full detail review, what went into the recommendation, what factors were put into it, and then each council would vote on what comes forward. So the final decision-making process rests at the council table where it should be, right? We're just bringing the information forward based on our review, based on understanding of what the public wants for service level, what the mandate of the local councils are with respect to the service level. Here's our understanding of that. Here's how we think we can do it. And here are the options where we think A, B, C, and D. And to your point, here's it costs X to do this. And to Councilor McKechnie's point, there would be a cost to it. However, we think we can save money doing this, or B, depending on what it would be. It could be any number of them. So.
All right. Thanks, Karen.
Thanks.
I couldn't help but I watched the Algonquin Islands
council
meeting over there, and a comment came out that if we made a decision and went in one direction, and then it didn't work for somebody, that after a year and a half you could get out, but you continue to pay. Well, surely we'd work that out.
Oh yeah, so
I will never agree to something like that.
So in the context for everybody else's information, so the question that was put to me is, what happens if we get into the process and somebody decides after a period of time they don't want to do it anymore? And I used the analogy in a previous municipality where we created, there was a recycling program and also an economic development commission we created, and because the initial setup is predicated on certain levels of investment, right? So everybody was in, but the agreement would state how you got out. So it'd be very clearly gone in. There'd be a notification period. Like if you decided after 18 months, you no longer want to participate anymore, there'd be a notification period where Highlands East or one of them would say, we're no longer interested going forward. Here's our notes going forward. And whatever that date would be is when it would kick in, they would no longer be there, right? If you missed your notification date, because you can imagine doing the planning and going forward, well, then you're still responsible for that year, your payment for the year you started. So it wasn't about additional money. It's like if you tried if you left mid-year, if you say for sake of argument, you paid $10,000, right? And you decided in March you wanted out, you weren't getting your $10,000 back for the balance of the year. but then you're out of it. At the end of the year, you're free and clear to start it, which it doesn't, it's not meant to sound draconian, but I mean, if you are looking to separate out, it's going to take you that 6 months to plan your, so.
Hopefully, everybody will be in the same situation if we do it right.
Exactly. And that's going forward. That's why to Councillor Casey's standpoint, comment is making sure we have all the proper inputs in place, saying we've identified all the areas and everybody agrees on the things going forward. Because in honesty, to do a proper review of the success or failure of a new entity, to make a decision shorter than an 8-month timeframe, I think that doesn't work because you haven't ironed all the bugs out yet. So I have confidence in going forward and something like that. And engineering would be the most complex of the ones complicated we're talking about.
Gary?
Gary, can you kind of go over the planning one again for me? That's always a big concern for me. How do we streamline, or how do we get this planning? It takes so long, and we do so many studies, and we add so much cost to everything. I didn't sound like you were doing much with planning, but
that was, I mean, that can be, again, council can choose to expand that if they choose once we get into the process, but we're limiting, because I think it's a good starting point with the official plans, because they're all coming due roughly around the same time, and they're not inconsequential to have them reviewed. So currently we have 5 official plans between the townships and the county, looking at creating a single official plan. So now you have consistency and high level policies across all 4 municipalities, which simplifies it for developers because you're dealing with one set of policies. But by doing that and then creating secondary plans for the townships, they can be more specific just to the needs of the townships. And then that allows the townships now, then they can, because now the majority of the approval process is going to be at the township level. And then now you can work, to your point, Councillor, you can actually work to improving your approval process to meet timelines, better timelines, which is a directive being given out of the province now anyways. That's one of the aspects we're looking at for funding and things of that nature, is a review of planning processes. And I think Minden Hills is currently going through a review theirs right now. So I think it would make that, in my opinion, that would be the next logical step out of that, is the single plan, unification of policies, and then allows you to focus on the mechanics under your control at the township, making sure they're as efficient as possible so that you're eliminating any unnecessary roadblocks of moving development forward.
Well, you know, I hear all the time, well, we'd like the same rules for every township. Well, you know what? Zoning bylaws dictate the rules, not usually the official plan. And you know, we're doing that, and I know this is not going to make very many people happy, but we're doing that to satisfy the builders who don't want to look at a different bylaw when they go to Minden from Dysart, and we're doing it for the real estate people. Because then they can explain the rules, but I don't hear that from the average citizen, because they come into these offices and they find out. So I don't want to create a plan that we don't have some say locally on. It's a local flavor that we do it, and we want to keep it.
Again, your worship, I fully understand, and that's not the intent. Because I think, back to my comment to Councillor Boyce, is that that's not the intention. Because I agree with you. I mean, to think you're going to have identical policies across all, especially a municipality of geographic size of a county of Haliburton, I think it's unreasonable to think you can have identical policies. But there are ones that can be consistent, right? So there is some consistency going forward on some of the base level development policies or use policy, whatever the case may be, that if you can create a level of consistency on the standard ones, that will help. So now you're only dealing with things that are specific to Dysart or Algonquin Highlands or Minden Hills or Highlands East. So it, by all means, no, it's not looking at, that's not the intent, is looking, because I agree with you. I don't think it would be possible to create, even if in a larger, well, if you want to, I think I got like a number of years ago when I was city manager in Queen West or City of Trenton, we were an amalgamated municipality. We still had, whether if you're in an old Frankfurt or you're in an old Murray Township, there were different policies in those areas versus being down in Trenton or being over in Murray, right, or Sydney. So no matter how you do it, I mean, you're going to end up, and even my time as city manager in Cambridge, again, an amalgamated municipality, there were different policies from the zoning perspective in the former. And there always will be, yeah.
Anything else? That's good. Well, thank you, Gary.
Thanks for the time. Thank you.
We take a 10-minute break, maybe? Thanks.
Be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council receives the presentation from Gary Dyke, CAO, County of Haliburton, regarding Phase 2 of the County of Haliburton Service Delivery Review for information. And further, that council supports in principle the service delivery Phase 2, subject to timelines being agreed upon by participating municipalities.
Okay, Rob, do you want to comment or? Yeah, okay.
Pauline, can you hear me okay?
Well, we'll have to carry on here. We can't. Okay. Can Rhodes comment on this? What this is about?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we are.
There she is.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
That's okay, no problem.
Hi there. Yes, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Pauline Lambert, and I am the owner of Lot 73, Plan 484 in on Tailfeather Road in Dysart et al. And I did send some material in to I believe it was Mallory Bishop in concerns to the water drainage problem that we're having on Tailfeather Road. Would you like me to just go ahead?
Go ahead, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, then. Okay, so the reason that I asked for a council with meeting is to raise public funding for the drainage, for some drainage pipes to go into the ground on the municipal road that on Tailfeather Road that goes downward towards a public walkway, which is elevated. Otherwise would, there's different variations of elevation. If it was going smoothly downward in a downward slope, it would allow the excess water of melting snow and rain to naturally flow back out to the waters. But because of the varied elevations, it's preventing this from happening.
Okay.
And I'd also like to add that I do have water. I've sent some photos of the properties. It's affecting 5 properties in total. Mine 73, and I think that 73, 74, 75, starting at 72 to 74 or 5 lots in total that are underwater because of this water situation and no drainage, which is just it's not enabling me to develop my land on at lot 73, and I have applied for an entrance permit and was put on hold by the roads department because I was told that if I were to put a ditch in, the water still would have nowhere to flow to without a proper drainage system. So basically, it's brought me and the other 5 lots or other 4 lots to a standstill.
Okay, we'll hear from roads now. Thanks, Pauline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I am somewhat familiar with this location. The problem started years and years ago when the plan of subdivision went in. There was never any outlet taken to the lake at the time. Right now, according to the sketch, there is a block of land at the foot of the hill of Tailfeather. I'm not entirely sure it is in Dysart's name. I know it's identified as a block, but whether it's private or publicly owned, I'm not really sure at this point. If we did move ahead, it's not an easy fix. It's not something we could go in there in an afternoon and fix. We would be into, a design of a system, approvals from MECP, MNRF, and probably a tendering process to do the work. It's not something I think, looking at it from a high level, that we have the capacity to take on. So I will seek direction from council if we want to look at this any further and start, kicking some stones around and see what comes out of this. But right now, as it stands, there is no outlet to the lake. So the water does go there and it just does lay and it dissipates, at its own pace.
Take it, it's a rock hill, isn't it?
Yes.
Not to be ball blasted and ditched then.
That's what I'm guessing, yes.
Rob, has there been instances where the water's been over the road or anything like that, or just kind of lays there? Like, is it constant grading problems or anything for us, or?
No, we have seen water over top from time to time, but it doesn't seem to be ongoing. It just depends on the year. And, it will overtop the road and it just finds its way through private property back down to the lake.
You have a cottage, Mrs. Lambert, or?
No, I'm unable to build, and the part of the problem is that the water is settling on these lots, on 5 lots in total, including the one at the base of the road, right alongside of the walkway. And I believe the walkway is a solution to opening it up and having maybe one underground culvert with 2 adjoining pipes for drainage going into the culvert underground from either side of Tailfeather Road. I sent a diagram of just kind of an idea in my materials to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I think we're going to have to look into this a little further.
Yes. I agree. I agree 100%. Oh, here's the diagram that I have. So here is Tailfeather Road. Here's the walkway. If it was graded properly, an underground pipe could go in here and one across this road for the time being, and later another one down this road, across the road on this side, which additionally these back lots could join into, which would allow for a natural flow and you could still use it as a walkway. So basically 1 culvert, 2 pipes to start out with. And then once that's in place, other pipes can be joined into that to fix the water problem with the other lots further down the road. And otherwise the water is settling on all of the lots, including mine, and preventing me from any development whatsoever. Actually, my property is sitting at a 0 value right now due to this issue.
Well, we'll have staff look at it this month and we'll try and get back to you next month. How's that?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Pauline, how long have you owned the property for?
I've only had it for a couple of years, and I didn't really, I bought it in the winter time, and when I did go out to see it, it was covered in snow. I did not feel that this was I had no idea that this is going to be an issue. The neighbor at the base of the road that has a waterfront lot is basically the, right beside the, laneway, came out and spoke to me and said that it was an issue that every spring the road floods out, and that, they have water right onto their front lawn, and they're right beside the public walkway, which I believe is naturally designed to have, because is lined up perfectly with the Tail Feather Road downflow, is a perfect solution for water drainage. Had we have one culvert and two pipes, or even one to start out with, to get that water flowing.
Rob, how long has Tail Feather been in commission there? Do you know?
Longer than I've been here. So yeah, quite a while.
All right, thanks.
Oh, and there's one other question I would like to ask, and this has been brought up a couple of times in my conversations with council in the township. There was mention about Tail Feather Road widening at some point. I was not aware of this whatsoever, and it would cause me some problems because it infringes into my property by 33 feet, because the road is, it says on the map that it's 66 feet wide at the bottom, but it actually isn't. So I'm asking, is there any plans whatsoever in the future to widen that road? And if not, could I please get something in writing confirming that, so I can actually do something with my property down the road without infringing on any road?
There's no plans right now, I understand, to do anything, but pretty hard to project what some future group will do. If it's on the road allowance, it's public land, so.
Well, my property line has stakes, and it's right at the road. So I just want to clarify for development that I'm not going to be running into any problems, because I'm not aware of there being any road widening in the near future. And I don't think it's necessary for that small area, but I just wanted to clarify that so that I can eventually, when we come up with a solution, that I am able to develop my property.
Okay.
I got two questions, or if that's
Yeah.
all right, Maria. Just one is, if they wouldn't encroach onto your property anyway, if they did widen the road, they can't encroach onto your property. So if the stakes are at the edge of the road, any widening of the road would have to go in the opposite direction. But
Okay.
Besides that, how, anybody know how wide that strip is down to the lake? Rob, do you know?
Not very, lane and a half, I think.
Sorry, what was that?
Like a lane and a half. It's not a 2-lane road.
Right, but the strip that goes down to the lake though.
Oh, to the lake? I do not know that. I'm guessing 40 feet.
The walkway? Are you speaking of the walkway?
Yes.
Yes, I know exactly what it is. It is 52.27 feet wide, and as you get closer down to the water, it's 120 feet wide.
Okay.
This is the image I have here, and I'm not sure. I believe I did send a copy of the image of this
Yep,
map.
actually I see it now. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Yep, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, so we'll get a report back next month. How's that?
That sounds great.
Okay, thank you, Pauline.
Thank you for your time, and town council as well. Thank you.
Resolution,
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Pauline Lambert requesting that council consider drainage improvements to Tail Feather Road.
yeah, sounds like there might be room to drain it there. Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Okay, Peter and Crystal. And I guess Haley's coming on now.
There you go. Good morning. I'm Peter. This is Crystal. It's like a best man speech at a wedding here. So I'll be honest and upfront, this is my first time ever addressing council or this sort of thing. So I'm going to make a mistake here and there. I apologize in advance. Is it okay to ask a question before I start this? Or is that not the standard? So I guess my question is more so to understand what is it that the city or council is trying to accomplish with the SDR guidelines, and what problem are we solving?
Solving noise, parking, dogs, people, parties, fires, the neighbors.
Okay. Where's it all? So I'm here alone, but I can assure you and speak for many. I've spoken personally to at least 80 owners and hosts in the area that are very upset or very discouraged. And for the time being, they're all complying and they're all settling in a way, but there'll be a time soon, I think, we'll be forced to either sell or have to sell properties. So for as long as we all remember, the vacation in a cottage country has been a dream that we've all had in Canada, right? We used to come here for years and years, for generations, and enjoy time with our families. But because of the increase in ownership costs, families can't do it anymore. They can't buy a cottage, they can't maintain a cottage, they can't pay for the expense to have that dream. So what we are doing as hosts is that we are making that dream a possibility. In the meantime, we're also helping out many local businesses, residents, and the economy as well. We bring tourism to Haliburton. With the new SDR agenda, that dream is now in jeopardy for many people. So young families now cannot come to the cottage country and make lifelong memories. Grandparents are not able to bring their kids, their grandkids for the cottage holiday like we all used to. And now you have new Canadians who have yet to experience this dream, and they can't do so. And the reason for that being is because we are being handcuffed and we have to only allow to rent to one family at a time, right? So like I said, most cannot afford to buy a cottage, but the problem with this SDR guideline is that people are no longer able to even rent them out. So for families, and I stress the word family because we own these two cottages. So we don't want parties. We don't want mess. We don't want whatever you don't want. We don't want it as well. So we cater to families to spend time together. So with the idea of this new agenda and the regulations, the idea of splitting the cost with other families is no longer an option, making it very unaffordable for a family or two to get together. And I'll stress again, we cater to families.
You got two cottages on one lot then, have you?
Well, I'll get to that later. Yeah, I do. Yes. Yeah. They're not one lot, but they're side by side. So the real problem with the SDR is the occupancy ratio to the bedroom. So it seems like owners and hosts have different sets of rules, regulations that they're being held accountable to and exposed. So that point in case, we currently drove here from a friend's cottage, and we currently have two families. So my family is a family of 5, and they're a family of 4. So if we go by the SDR guidelines, that cottage is built on a 3 quote unquote bedroom system. There's 2 families there. So by your standards, we are over the capacity by 3. But because they own the cottage, they're allowed to have families and friends come up just like you guys do to spend time, because the idea of the cottage country is to spend time together. The problem is if people try and families try to comply with the current standards, they now have to rent a cottage that is 6 bedrooms plus. When you rent a cottage that size, you're now in a luxury department where it costs you thousands. You're now renting a Muskoka mansion that costs you $2,000 per night. It is not feasible. It is not affordable, and families cannot come up. And the whole problem with this SDR is that we are being forced to drop our number to 6. So we got a family of 5 myself. So if I were to live here, what you're saying is that only one grandparent can come visit, not 2. my kids can have their friends come by for a sleepover. We can't have a barbecue with families. It really,
But you wouldn't be renting to them. They'd just be coming to be part of the family.
that's my point exactly. So
Responsible for your
why, that's my point exactly. So why is it that we're dealing with a septic system that's black and white? It doesn't know if you own it or if you rent it. It's still the septic system. So why is it that we're not exposing, we're not monitoring, or we're not holding the owners accountable to have a party if they wish to, have their in-laws come over for a week or a weekend? We are not catering to parties, to bachelor parties, to big events. This is just families. Like, we have over 500 reviews of families coming to ski at Sir Sam's, to go to the beach, to shop in your local stores, to eat your food, to support the convenience stores. Like, we bring so much value, and I'll get into it as well. Like, my cleaners here today, there's so many jobs that are affected by all this, and it's going to trickle down in the next 12 months or so, because there's a Facebook page with 400 owners that rent these cottages. And I'm going to be very, very clear. These are not like, we are not people looking to make money off your backs. All that we are is that we are families like you are, that one cannot come up here because of kids, jobs, schools. And we cannot afford to pay the bills. And the bills are extensive. We all know that. So all this is being able to hold on to a cottage where my family comes up here. We ski at Sir Sam's all the time. We bring our family and friends. It's the ability to, when I become your age, for example, my grandkids and my kids can come enjoy Dysart, right? If we stick to this quote unquote black and white policy that only applies to people that rent it out, then people will not be able to pay their bills. They will sell their cottages. And what is not being realized, I think, is the economical effect that it has. Let me just me alone, well, not me alone, but me, my wife here. This is the economy that we bring to this community. So cleaners, we have our turnover, that's about $45,000 to $50,000 a year. So this lady's family depends on this income to feed her family. We bring jobs. Tubscapes, Jamie Doan looks after all of our hot tubs and neighbors. Just to maintain that alone is about $15,000 to $20,000. He was supposed to be here today as well, but he had to do a call for somebody else. On top of that, we buy all of our chemicals locally from the pump shop. We've bought 3 hot tubs from the pump shop. We have wood supply delivery that's over $10,000. We hire a local kid that lives here to stack the wood. We have lawn, road maintenance. It's about $10,000 a year for someone that depends on this income, just not for me, but if you multiply that number times 10, this is how people that work for us and help us keep this dream alive, they need us here. And in all reality, so do you, because who do you think shops at the Eagle Lake store? Who do you think goes to the West Guildford store to buy little knickknacks? Who's going to come here and look at your watchtowers and experiences? Because there's really nowhere for families to stay here. There's a few minor motel options or a few options, but no one's going to drive here from Toronto and experience the beauty we have to offer here and then drive back home. People want to come up here and experience what you experience on a daily basis. They want to do it regularly. And our 2 cottages are 2 acres each. So when we bought this place, what happened was my kids and I were skiing down Sir Sam's, and I'm like, wow, this is beautiful. So we bought that, fell in love with the property and the area. The place next door was up for sale, and I thought, why not give it a try and have both, right? So it's just, I'm starting to ramble here, I think, when
Yeah, a little bit.
yeah. You're supposed to stop me and so
I
Supposed to be reading.
yeah, I'm supposed to be reading, but I'm not anymore. So there's going back to what we do for the local community. We have a garbage pickup once a week. There's 3,000. We have pest control. We have personally spent over $250,000 at the Carnarvon Castle store. We're always upgrading, renovating. We pump our septic systems once a year just to make sure that everything's fine. There's not been a problem once with any of it. We purchased generators from the local store here. They're also maintained yearly. All of our supplies that we do to restock paper towels, coffee, toilet papers, soaps, we buy that all here from the Home Hardware, from that, is it Gleecock or Gleikoff store? Like the propane delivery alone, like it's about 200,000 and change that we spend personally here in investing in our community, right? So, but that's just us though. So if we eliminate this and make it difficult for other people to do this, and I stress again, we are not making money off this. We're barely scraping by. And the problem with the occupancy is that when I drop it to 6, which I did, my bookings have stopped because nobody wants to come here just with one family. It's boring. I love my kids and my wife, but I want somebody else there. So now when we go to our cottage, technically, I cannot bring our friends. Well, what is the point to come here to experience all this if you can't bring that? And if we had that across the board, that every single resident that lives here, we're going to keep an eye on you. But it's just only applying to us owners who really are not the enemy. We are actually your partners. We cater to families. Like we don't want these parties here. We don't want the mess.
Peter, can I ask
Yeah.
you a question? Just so I'm clear, what your argument is that you can go with your family to your cottage, have your, let's say, your sister or your brother's family come with you.
100%. Yeah.
And you can have 12 people in that cottage.
Yeah.
And it's legal.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is if you were to rent that cottage.
That's correct.
You can only have 6 people.
Yes.
So that's your argument, is you're saying I can have 12 as a family.
That's my argument. So
I can only have 6 as a rental.
The reason why we bought the second cottage is because I used to come here and the weight of the world fell off my shoulders. Now with this battle, it's not, right? So we bought the second cottage because once our kids get older, in 10 years or so, I love the idea of living here. So I'd love the idea of living at 1042. And because 1040 is literally right on the ski hill, you ski in, ski out, and that would be our retirement. We can rent it out and enjoy. But the problem is that according to these guidelines, we are now not able to have family and friends come stay with us because we're not allowed.
But you're not
If you're
renting to your
renting.
family.
But that's my point exactly. Why are there different rules for renters and non-owners? The septic system doesn't know who's pooping, whether it's the renter or the owner. It doesn't really matter. So it's frustrating because we're targeting a certain group that I think see as the enemy, but we are not. We're so busy trying to appeal somebody, I don't know who that is and who's making that noise, but affecting people like her family and Jamie's family.
Yeah, well,
And
I
like
think
these,
so.
yeah.
So,
So can I just say one last thing? I was supposed to read all this. I didn't read any of it. If I say anything, which I'll be very clear about, is that why I'm here is that I urge you to revise your SDR guidelines specifically to your bedroom ratio to occupancy for hosts, because this will cripple your own community's economy. As it stands right now, people that have these cottages will be forced to sell. They will not be able to afford them. And when that happens, I'm not sure. Reason why I asked the question, what are we trying to get from this? If we're trying to get a revenue from tax and licensing, I'm all for that. If the city wants to make money off our backs and us share with you, I have no problem at all with that. But with the fact that the bedroom count is so low now, our bookings have dropped. I haven't had a single booking in the last month because of this 6-bedroom. When somebody puts in the filter, we have 12 people, our places don't come up. Right? So unless we find a workaround solution where we are all happy because we are partners, and I realize that certain rules are black and white, but they're really not, because there's an asterisk to most bylaws. There's grandfather systems, because I didn't buy these cottages yesterday. I bought them 5 years ago, and then this gets dropped on us. It's crippling. It could possibly hurt people's families that live here.
Okay. All
Right?
Okay.
I rambled. Sorry, I was supposed to go on the script, but I didn't.
Any other comment?
Yeah, no, I appreciate everything you're saying. The difficult part of council is trying to solve one problem
Yeah.
without creating 4.
Yeah.
Again, with respect to you being a good renter and good for the community and everything, the polar is the problem where we're getting, you know, not picking on Airbnbers, but other people that they're after production and they're after the finance. They don't care about what's going on around them. And that's what brought it here.
Right.
And in terms of Dysart Council, we opted out of charging, I think it was 4% down to 2%, because we didn't want the perception that we were trying to ride on, and maybe that's not the way it was. There was a policing aspect to this whole thing too. So you got to have a mechanism there in order to be able to charge those that are out of line or getting carried away, like Murray said, parties and noise and all this other stuff. Parties aren't bad, but the noise till 2 a.m. maybe. But anyway, so other than, so when you said you can only rent for 6, you have 2 cottage properties on 2 separate lots. You can only rent 6, only 6 people can go between the 2?
No, so I'm not a septic expert by any means, but as far as I understand, when you're building a home and you're an owner, the septic code doesn't just go black and white per bedroom. There's a fixture, there's a square footage. Like these are not your typical 600 square foot small cottages.
Picking up what you're putting down. So I'm well versed in the septic area on that note, but again, the problem is you design a house with 3 bedrooms, kind of designed for 6 people, and there's, you know, fixtures and square footage and on it goes. It's designed more or less for 6 people with the lateral movement of having Christmas and you know, up to 12, down to 4 and everything else. Problem that happens with septics is if you're advertising for 12, 14 come, the house is built for 6, septic can't process the effluent fast enough. And next thing you know, you're getting raw sewage. It's not so critical maybe on a back lot, but when you're on a lake lot, it can't process the effluent quick enough before it gets to the lake.
Right.
It gets dispersed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's why there's a component of the septic in with the STR.
But it's the main component because we are fine, and I speak for a lot of people, we are totally fine with whatever you want us to do to make sure that things are safety, fireproof, whatever you want. The problem is that we cannot change that one factor, and it's the occupancy. And the occupancy is what makes this feasible.
So, but and again, I'm not being liberal with your finances, one of the same note. If you wanted up your capacity and say your cottage or your house is designed for 6 people, you want to rent to 12, then you have to expand that system to accommodate that figure.
So I've also thought about that. I was actually willing to spend up to $50,000 to do that, but the problem becomes the legal bedroom. I can put in a 20-bedroom septic system, but if I legally have 3 bedrooms, then it still reverts back to, well, you legally have 3 bedrooms. It doesn't matter how big your bed is. Am I correct on that or no?
No.
Like if I were to go out.
Haley might be able to answer that, but I think it does go on the bedrooms. Does it not, Haley? Like 2 per bedroom?
Yeah, so we go through what it's stated in the Ontario Building Code, which is 2 people per bedroom as per the septic capacity. So yeah, there's one of the properties is a 3-bedroom and the other is 4. I have the installation reports for both cottages right here. So one's 3, one's 4.
Well, let's say if he decided he wanted to increase, not just him, but anybody, if he wanted to increase his septic system to accommodate a 4-bedroom unit in that 3-bedroom cottage, could then he have 8 people in there, or would he still only be able to allow to have 6?
No, he would be able to have more. It could get into certain fire code stuff, but that's not really my area of expertise. We have some people who've applied who have a 5-bedroom septic and only 3 actual bedrooms, but then there's a pull-out couch in the living room and they advertise for that. But I would have to kind of confer with Dan on if it becomes a fire code thing, approving for, previously, I believe it was advertised for 16 people for these properties.
Right, yes. And again, the reason for that is the idea, these are large cottages. They're not your standard 700 square foot bungalow, so to speak, right? So when you're able to bring 3 families, then the cost of doing that is possible. 2 is feasible. No one family is going to come up to the cottage and spend $1,400 a weekend to spend time with just their family. But if we don't charge that, like these places cost us up to $6,500 to $7,000 per month with all our fees. So what we're charging, like, we are not making money of all this at all. It's not about the money. And if I'm being very honest, it is easier for me if I have to. It sucks. I don't want to do it. But if I have to sell, then we will reinvest that money somewhere else. But the problem is that when we sell, like I was talking to Jamie about this, Jamie Doan, he's like, well, you guys can't sell. Like my family relies on this to work. When I first met Jamie, he was driving a beat up Tacoma truck. He's now got a trailer. He's now got a bigger truck. He's got a kid now. That's just one family that not me, but we affect. Like also it's the whole like one paintbrush for everyone. All of our lots are 2.5 acres each on a ski hill, forest. There's never been a complaint of noise of any kind to anybody. No one's been affected by any of this. So the fact that we're being labeled, I get some rules are black and white, but want to have a system where, like, listen, if you get 3 complaints from whoever next door, you've been warned, we gave you a shot. If you want to do a surprise inspection from either Thomas Contracting, that's how we always use, and they say, listen, Peter's bed is overused and abused. It is no longer feasible. We can work with that. But in the last 5 years, we've never had a complaint. It was pumped out regularly every first week of May. No noise complaints. There's been no issues at all. Families have been coming and enjoying this place for the last 5 years, making lots of memories, and we are able to come here and enjoy it when we can as well. With this going the way it is, I'm telling you right now, we are going to get no bookings. There's going to be no reason to, we can't come here if we wanted to because of our lives. We're going to have to sell. And if I do that, I've talked to my insurance broker. He had 30 canceled policies because of the exact same reason between Kawartha, Huntsville, and here. People are selling. And when that happens, the local economy domino effect will be catastrophic because all these small little stores that rely on this are going to shut down.
Sir, we've already. been
Sorry,
through it
yes.
Three,
All right.
2 or 3 times. That's
Okay,
enough.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think you may be a very good landlord, but we can't have one rule for different folks. So
So is there no option for a system?
oh, we'll look at
Okay.
that and see if there is an option. Anyway, thank you for your presentation.
Is there anybody else with questions at all for me, or?
Thank you, Van.
I think Haley's gonna look into talking Carl about the
Yeah.
extension versus the
Yeah.
bedroom ratio, but.
Yeah, then we can figure it out.
Move forward.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you.
Sorry if I rambled. I'm not really.
Passionate.
Yeah, it's just been a lot of, anyways, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks for your time.
It's all right.
Okay, resolution.
Yeah.
Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Peter Trofimov expressing concerns with Dysart et al. Short-term rental regulations.
Mover and seconder. Tammy and who? All in favor? Carried. Okay, Norm Fowler, my friend. You're not trying to rent to 12 people, are you? Do you want to come up here?
Sorry, what did you say?
You're not renting to 12 people too, are you?
That's what he's talking about.
Right.
I'll try and be as quick as I can. I see you all have papers in front of you and you'll be replying on that. I'll be doing the same and sorry, everybody hear me okay? Yes. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, it's a pleasure to be here and opportunity with you and the council to help me out in a little bit of a problem maybe.
Let's hear the problem.
Okay, here it comes. First of all, good morning and everything like that. I'd like to introduce myself. To start off with, my name's Norman Fowler. I've been here in Halliburton for 42 years now. And I've worked for the telephone company for 37 years and I have some problems that I ran into not knowing them. I'm one of the people that you call snowbirds here. I worked out in the snowbird country for years, up in Thunder Falls and everything like that, and I have an opportunity with what I have to be able to go down south. And by going down south, I have a problem. When I came back, I left in November the 15th, and I came back on April the 3rd, April the 4th. And that was fine, and I have received 2 letters from council here that said that I now owed $1,000, 500 for February and 500 for January. And of course, after opening the letters and finding this out, I came into council here to find out what the heck they're talking about. And I understand that I was breaking a bylaw or something because I didn't pay. I didn't know anything about it, but I never had a chance even to apply for it. Well, what you people did was you deducted my amount of money that I had in my account that I pay $250 every month. And I keep doing that, and that helps me out to pay my taxes in the year. You deducted $1,000 off of me. Okay, so that's
an issue, yeah.
I beg your pardon?
I say you got a concern, I hear you.
Yes, okay. The concern, of course, is that, people go away. Now, years ago, I was told that there's about 3,000 people that leave Halliburton and they go down south. They're lucky enough to get down south and else. Well, the population is about 15,000, and I don't know what the population is now, but that was probably years ago that it's changed.
Right.
Now
Can we find out what the fees are for? So Jess and Haley, what's he getting the fee for?
Yeah, so the initial fee was the $197 for his septic inspection. That fee was added to his account on September 6th of 2023. Following his inspection, there was a remedial action on the report for too many bedrooms. We hadn't heard any follow-up from the owner in regards to gaining compliance. At that point, a order to remedy was issued to the property owner January 17th of 25. Further to that, we didn't have any more correspondence. In accordance with our fee bylaw, the $500 monthly order fee was issued to the owner on February 28th.
Oh, so you issued another one for March too?
March is when the fee was added to the tax account.
Right, you withdrew it from my account. $1,000 is what you took out. And I feel that is not correct. What you stated is absolutely correct. But you're missing the main point here of the reason why I'm arguing a little bit with you here is that you sent somebody out, a young kid. Okay, I don't know his name. I forget him. He was very kind and nice. And he checked my septic tank, and he said that I still had 2.5 years in the septic tank. Okay, that's what he said, approximately. Then he went into my home and he started counting my home. And he says, you have 4 bedrooms. I said, 4 bedrooms? I do not have 4 bedrooms. First of all, when I first put that septic tank in, and this will be with the septic man here, instead of having a 600-gallon tank, I'm old here, 600-gallon tank, I put in an $800 tank, 800-gallon tank. And that allowed me having 3 bedrooms, as I understand it. Is that correct?
There's other factors, but yeah, oversizing the tank's pretty typical to get a bit more.
That's correct. I had a few people up. My children, I have 3 children, 6 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Now, that's just for my family, not even talking about friends and stuff like that. They don't come up all the time or anything like that. Right now, I'm by myself. My wife passed, and I'm the only one that lives in that property. So the point that I guess that I'm saying here is that he and I argued about having 4 bedrooms. I do not have 4 bedrooms. And the lady that I was talking to here, I gotta flip some pages because I've jumped a lot here. But the lady that's in charge, that I would talk to, um, forget her name, but she's in the office there. She said, well, there's a way to do it. And I said, what do you mean there's a way to get it? I don't want 4 bedrooms. I just want my 3 bedrooms that I'm entitled to. Well, sir, you not only do we hit you for $500 because they did return one $500 to me, I think, because I don't get any information from them that has even been put back, because she said, we will grant you the $500. Well, I said, what about the other $500? No, we can't do that. Well, the problem that I'm running into here, or I have, seeing if I can point it out to you, is when this kid came out and said I had 4 bedrooms, I said, no, I didn't. He said, I'll have to check it out for you. And if you do, then it will straighten it out. I said, okay, fine, thank you very much. And he left. I have heard nothing. When I came back from my my holiday down south on the 4th of April of 25, it has been not $100 since that happened. Oh, excuse me, 100 days from that, since that happened, 200 days, 300 days, 400 days, 500 days. It's 564 days since that man's been there. And I've heard nothing from the town council here, the people. And I think that is really a little bit. So what I had to do to try and straighten them out a little bit was I had to pay another $255 to get the man or somebody to come out and see who's telling the truth here. Fair enough? Your employee said that I had 4.
Or, yeah, you said.
I did not have 4. With the $255, the young lady came out and she started, first of all, I was told I had to knock out the bunkie. I did knock out the bunkie because I was only allowed 3. Okay, so I would have had what he said would be 4. There's not 4 there. And by paying the $255, she comes out and she says, what is he talking about? I can't see one. I have a den. Okay, I have no bedroom in that room. Okay, I have what I call my man cave. It's still that many things. I talk to my son sometimes on in that room and everything like that. But there's no bed in that room, and there's no cabinet, not where you put coats or something like that in there. I don't express myself very good, but anyways, that's what I'm trying to get. Now I find out that I get whacked $1,000 right out of my bank account that I have with you people. And I'm just saying, well, something's wrong here. They gave me back 500. But my point is that it proved to me that when she came out to do it, I did not have 4.
Didn't, yeah. Okay, you proved your point there.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I'm still out so much money, $500 for not getting my second lump of money and $250 for the second.
The $250 is the inspection fee, so that's.
Yes, the inspection fee.
It's
And I even have a
$500.
lawyer's fee if you would like to put that in, because he said, won't be able to do that. What you have to do is you have to come to council and talk to them. Hello, council, I'm here. And I figured that after 574 days
Yeah.
that I've been waiting, that's unreasonable amount of time to be,
So you're
shall we
looking for
say,
$500.
told that something's wrong. Okay, and the wrong is not wrong, it's correct that there is 3 bedrooms there and not 4, as my $250 proved.
Okay,
So
fair,
I'm
fair.
looking for you to help me out a little bit here with the money.
So you're
$750.
looking for $500 back, that's what you're
I'm
looking.
looking for a minimum of $500 back, sir.
Well, you won't get the $250 back, I don't think.
Well, I don't think that that's fair on your part. You hire a person
Yeah.
that is an employee of yours, and he made a mistake.
But that's an annual, whenever we check your septic, that's the fee.
No.
Is it not?
This was re-inspection.
Yeah,
it's
this is, the
Yes.
250 was for a second
okay,
inspection
second.
to prove that there was
It's not
3 bedrooms or 4.
That's correct.
I
It's
think.
not-
Sorry, the $250 was for us to go out there to complete a full septic review to amend the use permit to reflect 2 bedrooms as the original use permit only reflected, for the use permit to reflect 3 bedrooms as the original use permit only reflected 2. So his original approval was only 2 bedrooms. His inspection on the 18th of July of 23 was flagged for 3 bedrooms within the dwelling, a total of 4 bedrooms as there was a private cabin on site as well. So following that, we had figured that the system was actually sized to accommodate 3 bedrooms, which is why he was directed to go through the $250 septic review fee to have that use permit amended.
So when you went out for the second inspection, then they had decommissioned the bunkie then? Is that correct or not?
No, what the argument was about was my other room that I had there that I call my.
Okay, so sorry, so then there's actually 2 bedrooms then, not 3 in the cottage, and the 3rd bedroom being the bunkie then, is that correct?
No, I have 3 bedrooms in the class, which I took the permit for and everything like that, that's all done. Yeah. I then was told that by paying the $255 and taking down the bunkie, which we did, my son came up and took it down, so that I have 3 bedrooms in there that are bedrooms with a bed in. But the 4th bedroom is what he's charged me with in there is incorrect. There's no bed in there and there's no cabinet in there. Closet. So that's my problem. I'm looking to have not only the $500, but the other $255 that was required for me to argue with him and prove that your employee made a mistake. And we'll call it that. Now, I'd like to hear from the subject man if it's anything that I've missed here. I have 6 or 7 pages of talking. I think I've talked it all out of this page.
I think you made your point.
I think what maybe is getting missed here is the misconception on the bunkie. So Haley maybe, or Josh, maybe you can help me out on this if I try to explain this, but so there's 3 bedrooms in the cottage, right? Correct? 3 bedrooms in the cottage, but the guy figured there was 4 bedrooms because he counted a den. Is that correct? Okay. But when they first went out there, there's also a bunkie, which counts as a bedroom.
Correct.
That's right. So really, when he first went out there, he thought he was maybe looking at a 5-bedroom thing because of the bunkie and the den. So then when you paid your $250, they redid an inspection. Somebody said, okay, we'll get rid of the den. That's not a bedroom anymore, but we also have to get rid of the bunkie, which you did do. So now you're down to 3 bedrooms, so everything's good. But the $250, I think, still applies because they had to make sure to go out that you did tear down the bunkie. So I think maybe we can work on the 500, but I'm not so sure that the 250 shouldn't still be there. Anybody agreeing with me or not?
You missed that, right? You missed that last part.
I don't know
So,
what else to do, and I've lost.
well, I think the 500 is one thing. I think the 250 maybe is still got to stand because we had to go back out there and do a re-inspection. And girls, if you can help me out on this, make sure I'm telling the right story here, is because we had to prove to ourselves
Right.
that there was no bunkie was gone. That's one issue that had to be dealt with. And then we made the assumption that room was a den, not a bedroom.
That's correct.
So I'm hoping if I just want to make sure that we've got the story right. Is that Haley or Jess? Is that correct then?
That's Haley. I think that's she's the one that pointed it out to me that if you take the bunkie out, then it will be 3 bedrooms and a den. And I said, oh, okay, and that'll make everybody happy. But don't forget, what I'm complaining about too is that I happen to be away down south had no thing. They said to me that they made one phone call. And because I work for the telephone company, I can suspend my phone while I'm down there. And you get well, I don't want to get technical, but they put a strap in there and they knock you off. And it says something like this, if I remember rightly, the customer at his request has requested that the phone be knocked out. So there was no way that he could do it. I think you people had the email for me. I did not receive any email for it. And then coming back to the problem of $1,000 plus everything else and the lawyer for me, I think that that's unfair, especially in putting it in a little bit more, shall we say, at $564 or 64 days before you notify me. If you had put it in, okay, in May, June, July, August, September, October, and November, I would have known about it because I'm back. If that's my point right there too. And does that happen to other people? And I come back that I owe $1,000, which you deducted. And like I said, I don't even know if I've been, that 500 has been put back into my account because we get no information from you unless I found it up. Well, she printed out a thing there and it did not have it on there. So am I still out $1,000 even after she told me that she would deduct one of them? I don't know. I need an answer here.
Sorry, just to jump in, the second $500 fee never went onto the tax account. That's why it's not on there. We send a letter ahead of time before it gets added to the tax account to give a grace period for people to come into compliance. And because you came and spoke to me prior to it being sent to finance, it never got on the tax account. So the second $500 fee never went on the taxes.
Okay, so what have I learned here? One thing is I need a written report every time that I pay $250 for doing it, that it's being done. I have no idea whether it goes in or not. It's supposed to. I do it all by the telephone now and send it, and I put in the amount, but whether it gets there or not, I don't know. I guess that's my responsibility.
You can check
to
your account,
phone-
can't you?
To phone every time and get it.
But you can check your account to see what's.
I can check my account by coming in here and I don't, I
But
hate to
the
say
bank,
this,
can't you
after
go to the
so
bank
many
and check?
years, I don't use the telephone like I used to use it. It used to be hello and then it was goodbye. Now you can buy a car and food and.
Yeah, I know.
I won't keep you, I know there's maybe another person there, but I would like to have you at least consider the $750 for that. The other one, but it proves, I had to prove my point. And
Well,
my
you
point
did,
is
you've done that, okay.
that it was incorrect. Your employee made the mistake, not me.
Okay.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Norm. Yeah. Okay, so. Give him his $500 back, I'd say.
All right, I'm going to read a resolution. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Norm Fowler of 1287 Precipice Road, requesting relief from fees charged under bylaw 2023-03 and bylaw 2024-12, and further that council agrees to waive order fees totaling $500 and direct staff to credit this amount to the property tax account for 1287 Precipice Road.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen, Nancy, all in favor? Carried. It's the best we can do, Norm, right now.
Okay, I didn't quite understand you, sir. Was it 500?
$500.
$500?
Yeah. And the other 500 never got charged to you. So it's not as bad as you think.
Taken out of my account and then it had to be put back in again, they told me.
Well,
So I
that's
got
not what
six
she's saying.
notices for
Yeah.
it, January.
Well, if you get your account and bring it in and prove that to us, we'll look at it, okay?
Fair enough. then.
Okay.
And I expect that 500 to go back onto my account.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you very much.
okay. Greg Brown, finally.
Piece of lunchtime. Quick time. My stomach is growing down a little bit.
You didn't have enough breakfast, Norm.
When those people came in, all those, I thought, oh my gosh, I gotta wait for. I'm still here. Thank you.
Here you go.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Greg?
So, I don't know what you got in your package, folks. Oh, and by the way, thank you for making time for me. I'll keep it less than the last few. But anyway, thanks for doing what you're doing. I'm here about a zoning application to adjust the specific EP zone in regard to one specific lot at Stothard Creek. I don't know if you've got some maps in what you have given. If you look at one, that one, the Walt's got up there, it's got some green on it. You see how the top corner of that map, which is about a third of the lot, is supposedly in the EP zone. If you scroll down, I hope they're not upside down. I sent them upside down, but they might have even got them straightened up. If you, the next map is, what's that? Is that county, maybe, Walt?
Yes.
Okay, you see how the line of the EP zone on the county goes, and then you scroll down again and you'll see the M&R-F, and it's the same configuration. It doesn't have that third of the lot in the EP zone. And then the last one I just went random.
Excuse me, Greg, just for a sec. We're looking at 1023 then? Is that the?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes, yeah. Sorry, you wanna catch up on those maps?
No, that's okay.
Larry,
I just,
okay?
yep.
All right, and the last one, I just took a random one off the internet. It's from McMaster, and their EP line is very much in keeping with the county and with the M&R-F. And lo and behold, I find out that the tool in your toolbox is from 1990. And Jeff said that it was taken off aerial photographs with a stenograph, you know, one of those things in grade 11 that you look down through and your eyes go across. Well, that's unfortunately, we all like to have nice tools in their toolbox, and I have to make this crack. I saw Pat's shiny slinger going through town, beautiful tool. And we all like to have beautiful tools. Unfortunately, this tool has been flying under the radar. And just to give a little more context, I'm going to read just some of the information the staff gave me in regard to the accuracy of the EP zone. Dysart staff do not have the authority to amend the zoning bylaw maps. This requires a council bylaw via the process outlined in the Planning Act. I don't know how expensive or long or tough that is, but anyway. Then the data interpolated from air photographs in 1990 with the stenographs, and once the municipality has more accurate data, the zoning bylaw will be amended. And finally, could council prioritize, this was a suggestion or nicely worded, that I say prioritized obtaining accurate data and updating the official plan and the planning bylaw. Well, you know, the county has it, so it's not too far down the road. It's just that this has delayed a very nice project for me since June the 2nd. I put in an application for a septic, and it was in that big green area, and the topography and the trees and everything are like, it's like 15 feet above the grassy parkland down below, and the trees are massive. And I went through this back in 2020 with lot 4, that according to this the stenograph thing or whatever it's called, there was 20% of the lot that wasn't in the EP zone. And I brought in the biologist and paid him $4,000 and paid $1,500 like this time for this amendment process. And it was just the reverse. 20% of the lot was in the EP zone and 80% of the zone, the lot was not in the EP zone. So just trying to keep things really brief because I got pizza on order at 12 o'clock. But two things I just love to see, and we'd love to see this new tool in your box kind of thing, but to amend the EP zone in reference to this lot 19, which is really supported by that biologist report. It turns out, I think it's about 5% of the lot is in the EP zone. If you look at those other mapping things from the county and MNRF, you can't see the McMaster too well, but it is about 5% of the lot. And I take a little pleasure in seeing where Curry's put these bars, because like 60 years walking the forests of Halliburton, it gives you some idea where to put a bar that is good ground, you know. And if there's 5% or even 25% in the EP zone, you still got, you know, a lot of land to pound nails on. But anyway, so I'd like to get an amendment for the EP zone on lot 19 at Stothard Creek, in keeping with the biologist's report. And secondly, if Dysart Council could consider updating their mapping product, so that, you know, going oral from the county, I guess, but it's like, it's dead nuts. Like, I look at it and say, yeah, that's really quite accurate. I can't argue with that unless I want to bring in the biologists and push the envelope. There's nothing wrong with the envelope on those two other mapping codes. So that's really all I have to say, and thank you very much, and may you all have a pleasant lunch.
How far away is that county thing that we could adopt? Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke with the county. Thank you. I spoke with the county planner. So they're still working on their LiDAR data. She said that they expect it to be available later in 2025.
Wonderful.
So then we get it all done then.
The tools.
Yeah. You won't have that problem, hopefully, again.
Okay, well, no, like, I'm so happy to be in this township, guys. It's a great place to live and build. Appreciate it. That's all. Okay?
Yep.
Some of these glasses are here. Maybe they're for those that forget theirs. Okay? Thanks. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, be it resolved that council receives the delegation from Greg Brown regarding the municipality's environmental protection zone map data.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Tammy, all in favor. So how did that end up? What's he done?
I was just gonna actually ask that question. We're just receiving his information, or are we not
What's
really?
happened to his lot? Can you
Yeah, are
please-
we not really changing anything here for him, or
I thought he
not?
was asking us to get our council to move it back to the MNRF style, which I support anyway.
But can we do that without a zoning change?
We're Jeff.
I don't know.
One job. Yeah.
We're so excited.
Yeah, I don't know whether we resolved that or not. Okay. Okay, we'll move along and we'll come back.
There's Chris back.
So where are we on this file with him now?
In terms of the site-specific application, he has not yet submitted an application, as per my understanding.
Okay, so that's the next step.
Yes, and I did hear comments with regards to the M&R data. So the M&R data, I just want to let council know, is wetland mapping. It doesn't include flood hazards and stuff like that, which is incorporated into our EP zone. So it's not the same data. We do have that same wetland mapping on our mapping, but it's not comprehensive, is I guess a way to say it.
Jeff, on his lot, though,
If we could support him on pushing that back, is that a letter you're gonna write to him now then in regards to what we're looking for? Because again, I didn't know that the M&R overlay didn't include floodplains and everything else, but if there's other ones in here that support, I think the GIS looks like it's in line with what Greg's talking about on that note. Is that something we can get them underway with, or is it something we're gonna have to wait till the LiDAR information comes in later on in the year?
So if they want to change the data on or the mapping for their site-specific property, then it's up to the applicant to provide us data showing where that accurate boundary would be. Because what we have right now, even though it was created in 1990, it's the most accurate data we have. And as of 1990, it may have been accurate, but watersheds change, land is altered, and ultimately it will become less accurate over time. So the LiDAR data that the county is working on, that can be used to change the zoning bylaw across the entire municipality where that data is available. But as per the official plan in the zoning bylaw, if there's a property owner that wants to change the zone for their specific property, they're required to provide us data showing how that EP mapping should be altered, and they have to provide us that information and then go through the application process.
Okay, so we're gonna send in a letter just following up with Greg that he's got to put in an application. It looks like he's got a report here from Mackenzie Nielsen. So.
Yep, he's already provided that to us. I've advised him already that he needs to submit an application, the fees, and it's supported by staff. He just has to go through the process of changing our law.
Sounds good, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Chris. Okay, fire department, Dan. We're running a little bit behind here. Maybe an hour. Okay, Dan.
Sorry, I started talking without turning off my mute. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having me. I'm glad I could be here. I've been away the last couple because of emergency calls. First basic report, as my standard update on numbers. As you can see, total we had 54 calls. I think it was 53 for May. So just in general, our numbers, call volume is up. As of the end of June, we've been called out 42 times more than we had last year. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Even though numbers are up, I suspect that will have an effect on our overall finances in the sense for payroll. But it's the duration of the calls that makes the total difference when it's all said and done. So I just want to be aware that there may be a factor at the end of the year and we might want to make a change come budget time. Other than that, this is the basic forward. A quick note, happy to say that our boat numbers are finally coming in, and hopefully by the end of next month we'll have that finalized and the boat will be completely operational. So thank you very much for your support on that. And that's all I've got for my regular report, unless you have some questions, and then I'll move on to the bylaw change.
Have a resolution on the fire department report.
Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for June 2025.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'll move on to bylaw 2025-63. It's the establishing and regulating bylaw for the fire department. This is actually just an update and renewal that should be reviewed on a regular basis. And during my review of this, I've noticed now one amendment we'd like to change into Appendix B, which is our level of services. Due as a side effect of the mandatory certification process, now all of our firefighters are certified to hazmat operations level. So the hazardous material responses, that allows us to deal with spills to greater extent, fuel spills and larger quantities, that sort of thing. And all of our firefighters are being trained to that. So I was requesting that you as council offer us permission to proceed and respond to those formally. And then as well, in there, there's also, through the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, there is authority in there through the provincial legislation that in my absence, my powers are delegated to another member of the department. So I've added as item number 18 into that. It's just an official acknowledgement that you as council are made aware of that Fire Protection and Prevention Act authority, and so that in my absence the authority can be passed on to it. So there's the two changes. Otherwise everything is the same as the bylaw it was replacing from 2021.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay, resolution?
Be it resolved that council acknowledge receipt of the fire, oh, sorry, wrong one. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-63, being a bylaw for establishing and regulating the municipality of Dysart Adel Fire Department, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Andrea,
Morning.
morning.
I guess it's almost afternoon. Yeah. So we received a request from Lakeside Community Youth to host a car wash either this Saturday or the following Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And they are looking to use I think there's 5 or 6 spots in front of the church that there's a grassy hill, and then there's 5 or 6 paved spots running perpendicular to Park Street.
Where's that water? Is that going to run in the lake?
That's what we're not sure about. I would think so. I think that's the way it goes. If they can't use those spots, they were going to have the car wash, I believe, in their own parking lot.
Oh, that's pretty touchy, I think. That Baptist church, it's all downhill to the lake there. Why wouldn't they go up here or somewhere? Yeah. What about the arena parking lot, Ed?
I think they were looking to hook up water with to the church. I know the arena, like the tap that's outside by the arena, we're not allowed to hook hoses to it. It compromises the water testing that's done because it's a public water source.
They've got normal water, not normal, but they got another water outlet at the back.
That's my understanding. Yeah, they have an outlet that they can run hoses from at the church.
No, I mean at the back of the arena. Wash their cars there and then wash the rigging off there.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have the space back in there
I
because
got
of the work, but maybe you could talk to Dan maybe.
What about around the fire hall there? There's quite a bit of space there.
Good
for a
idea.
curling Club.
Fire hall or curling club, maybe.
Yeah.
Andrew?
And there's definitely water there from the river.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Well, suggest that to them, Andrea, and tell them it's not a good idea to have it down at the beach.
Yeah, I could do that.
Suggest they talk to Dan Chumley and see if
Okay.
it's suitable.
You want to do red on that or?
And Pat, you had a question?
Sorry, Andrew. Yeah, I got a request from Kelly Preston. They want to do like a catered supper event. You buy a ticket and it's a fundraiser for the Highland Health Services. They're looking for a spot for it. I suggested the park in town here. Anyways, if you don't mind, if council's okay with it, I'll put you in touch with her and you can work out the timelines, or if it, bit more of context to what they're after, but anyways, I'm just letting you know, so.
Yeah, get her to contact me, please.
You bet.
Murray?
Yes.
Yeah, Andrea, I have a question too. I was talking earlier this morning about the park and the playground equipment. And I'm just wondering if you can give me an update on where the zip line is at and
Yes.
what signage we have down there. I haven't been down there for a while, so.
Yeah. So for the zip line itself, parts did come. They arrived last week. Unfortunately, when they sent them, the parts, there's some smaller parts that are needed to complete the repair, which you can't purchase locally, and they were put in a paper envelope, which did not come intact. So we've had to contact them to resend the parts, and this time please put them in a box and make sure it's well sealed so that we can receive them. So it's delayed a little bit longer because of that. But as soon as we get those, staff are ready to complete the repair. We also have a backup plan with TJ Welding as well for that. We believe that this was because there's multiple people going on the zip line at once, or people bounce, you see 3 or 4 people and it's that pull on the system. It's not the cable, it's not the pulley, it's the actual the structure that holds it together. There is signage. There's signage on the structure itself that says, age limits, etc. There's also signage on the park playground rules. The Echo is writing an article about it, and they're reminding people that it's one person at a time, not, 3 or 4 people going down at once. So, but it is intended for people up to the age of 12. It's not intended for 3 or 4 teenagers or adults to be on at once.
Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah. Good
You're
luck.
welcome.
Okay,
Okay, be it resolved that council recommends that Lakeside Church consider alternate locations further away from the lake for a youth car wash. And I have noted it in the minutes for Andrea to speak to Dan about the possibility of using that space.
mover and seconder.
Could I just ask a question? Is there anything that would be like environmentally friendly for them to use? Like,
There was
is
just,
that
I
an
actually just
option?
sent something to Andrea yesterday from Cottage Life, just clarifying that phosphate-free soaps and environmentally friendly soaps still are not
But
to
you
go
get the oil
directly
and stuff off
into
the covers
lakes.
too.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Okay. So we have a mover and seconder for that. Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carrie. Okay. Building permits, Carl isn't here, but it's a little bit of an improvement, but it's not up where it should be. Have a resolution, I guess, because there's not much comment about it.
Be it resolved that council received the June 2025 building permit activity report as information.
Mover and seconder. Walt and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, septic maintenance inspection.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I'm here to provide you with a brief update on the progress of the 2025 septic maintenance inspection program as of the end of June. In June, staff made 104 inspection attempts. Of those, 91 inspections were successfully completed, while 13 were marked as incomplete due to no-shows or sites not being adequately prepared for inspection. At the start of the season, approximately 450 properties were scheduled for inspection. That number has since decreased to 387, as some properties have completed inspection through third-party inspectors or have been otherwise exempt in accordance with the program bylaw. In terms of risk assessment for the month of June, 29 systems were classified as low risk, 35 as medium risk, and 25 as high risk. Additionally, staff completed 93 lake health assessments, with majority of properties receiving scores in the 90 to 100 range. Are there any questions?
No, okay, good, mover and second.
Be it resolved that council receives the June 2025 update for the septic maintenance inspection program as information.
Okay, mover, Barry and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Bylaw.
Good afternoon. So our bylaw update for June 19th through July 16th. June of this year, we clocked in at 34 complaints, which is up substantially from 2024, which I believe is 19. My document won't open right now, unfortunately. We had 51 proactive STRs, so I have not included that in the total number of complaints. An item to note is that the one noise complaint and one of the fireworks complaints from June were also related to short-term rentals, and one of the noise complaints from July is also a short-term rental complaint. So I was just unsure how council would like that divided, if you want me to just specify which ones are short-term rentals, or if you want us to put the noise and fireworks regarding short-term rentals in that category. We had issued 5 tickets, but we have noticed in a general update, the lines have been painted in the no parking zones, and there has been a reduction in parking violations, particularly in that sight line at the arena that was always being blocked. That was a very common problem area, and we've noticed a significant reduction in parking infractions there. We have a total of 238 approved licenses. We have 33 licenses still pending. 19 are conditional. I think those are the main highlights. If there are any other questions.
Walt?
I'm just curious, any update on Wigamog?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Resolution.
Be it resolved that council accepts the bylaw update report for July 2025 as information.
Move it back. Carmen, Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Haley and Jess. Okay. Okay, Public Works. Dave? Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council. I have my road maintenance status report for June 2025. Construction in June. Pulverization completed. Mountain Road, Redkin Road, and Watts Road, all by Miller Paving. Culverts that were replaced by Dysart et al. Illman Road, Watts Road, and Mountain Road. Watts Road is still ongoing. Brushing and tree removal. So brushing with unit 36-164, which is the sidewalk plow. We have been utilizing that for some minor brushing. Ongoing roadside mowing operations that was awarded to MSI. So they're ongoing in Kinesis Lake and out at Benor. Patching operations. So we've laid currently June to date 65 tons of patch to date, which is exceeding that by now. Road sweeping operations was complete by July 14th, 2025. Dust layer operations, so 90,000 liters, 35% calcium chloride applied to date. We are exceeding that amount now. And then gravel resurfacing will be starting July 2025, so next week. And that'll be Miller Paving, and that'll be on Mountain Road, Illman Road, Redkin Road, and Watts Road, sorry. Other than that, do you have any questions?
Tammy?
Do you know when Benor Lake Road is being mowed?
It's Benor should be done already. He was roading there yesterday, so that section should be done, and he should be heading out Fishtail and everything out on the way back to Harcourt as we speak.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
You gotta go? Okay. So resolution on that one?
Be it resolved that council receives the report outlining roads maintenance activities for June 2025 as information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Well, I guess we'll have to wait till Walt gets back. Did you give him apple tea? Well, he's not here. There's been a request to, I think I sent it to you, Rob, to reduce the speed limit on Skyline Park Road. Do we have to do a bylaw for that, or?
Yeah, so if we get a notice of motion today, I can bring the bylaw for August.
So we reduce it to 50, or?
I believe the recommendation in the speed study was 50, yes.
Okay. Somebody want to move I would have to do that as a notice of motion, I guess. Can't just do resolution. They fixed up Skyline Park, and now there's so many people going up there, they.
Yeah. Either way, notice of motion or resolution. Either way is easy, yeah.
Just a resolution. I don't think there's any sign on it now.
No, there wouldn't be. It's, yes, it's
be 80,
it's a
it'd be
default
80.
speed limit now,
Yeah.
so. I can bring back the report with the recommendation from the speed study and. Sure.
A long morning, isn't it? Not over yet. Was Mallory, is she sick with the baby then? Or? Just sick. Where'd you go, to the information booth? I thought they were going to paint the caboose this summer. So, pretty bad shape. Yeah, we can, I guess. Yeah, we can do the surplus equipment one, Rob, if you want to do that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So this is just seeking permission to declare 6 pieces of equipment as surplus. We'll put them in an online auction as we have historically. And these are just units that are being kind of cycled out as our new piece of equipment have arrived over the last 2 years. So.
And they're all listed there.
There, yeah. So hopefully if all works out, we'll see at least $100,000 put into the reserve when this is all said and done.
Any discussion on those? The local people see that, or I guess nobody'd want to buy one of those.
Quite honestly, yeah, I mean, yeah, anybody can go on, but to me, the further from town they are, the better, so.
See you in the resolution.
Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved, the council declares equipment and vehicles outlined in this report as surplus, and further the surplus equipment and vehicles be placed in online auction at govdeals.ca for public tender, and further the proceeds from the sales be placed into the general vehicle and equipment reserve fund.
Mover and seconder. Carrie and, all in favor? Carrie. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So we got a couple of tender results here. So I have with me Frank Palme from Pelican Engineering. He's the structural lead for that company. So he's here to answer any questions you might have about the process or the products. So the first one is being the replacement of 2 highway bridges on Berry Line Road and Green Lake Road. We did receive 5 bids. 3 of them were quite competitive. It was about 19% over our budget. Unfortunately, when we set these budgets, it was about a year ago, and since then the market has changed presumably, and tariffs have certainly changed. So even though we're 19% over, we are recommending proceeding with the work and fund it through debt.
Are the tariff in on the steel prices there or not?
Yeah, this is firm pricing. Yes.
Firm pricing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no escalation clauses or anything relating to tariffs on this. So this pricing is good till the end of next year when the project is supposed to wrap up.
So they're doing one this year and one next year.
That's the intent. Having said that, we're still waiting MNRF approval, which we're hoping we get next month. If that's the case, we'll do one this fall, one next spring. If not, it'll be one next spring, one next fall.
Okay. So this is a little more than we thought, but.
Yep.
And what's the timeline on these bridges? What kind of lifespan are they? They should be done? Is that what you're saying?
75 years.
For the new ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, the new ones are, supposed to be 75 years.
And the old ones are in danger of?
Yeah, I mean, the BCIs are 44 and 51 on them, and they're probably 70 years old, so they're nearing their end.
So we're at risk of having a problem with leaving it all.
Yeah, and when they were built, I mean, there was no bridge code, right? So they were built with the best practice they had at the time, so they've done well,
They've
similar to
done very
Coshwall.
well.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do, I'll get into this later, but I'm just curious. You draw the buildings and the bridges, you draw the specs and,
Yeah, we design and draft them.
okay. Okay,
So everybody's sick of me howling about this culvert issue that I've got, but anyway, so is it the position of the M&R and DFO that we can't put culverts in, or is it?
DFO, MECP, M&R, and Transport Canada.
Anyway, I'm not being condescending to you, but I know they're doing this in northern communities, and I've reached out to Lori Scott to see what the problem is, and she said she doesn't know what the problem is. So I know if we went with concrete, we wouldn't be paying tariffs on steel, but on the same note, maybe a little bit, but you know, if we went with box culverts that were oversized, that are concrete, or the big galvanized ones that we see down here, we talked about approach heights and several other things, but on the same note like that, you could reduce this at least by half by box culvert. In my own mind, so I struggle with.
They're not as cheap as what you think. So, and you couldn't do a box. That's part of the problem is you've got an open channel, natural bottom right now, and you're trying to close it in and make it man-made. You're not gonna be allowed to do that
Well, we did it.
on this size of structure.
We did it down at the fish hatchery. It's 15 feet wide and it was 8 feet deep. They told us to take out the bottom, save it. We put the box culvert in and put the original organics back in the bottom, so it was still organic of the same creek bed. So again, in terms of box culvert size, they make them in any shape and form. So if the creek's 10 feet wide and 5 feet deep, we'll say, why, you know, to me, there's no reason why we can't make it 20 feet wide and 10 feet deep. And away we go. We're in and out in no time. Like we put that one in there in 3 days.
It's a 60-foot long bridge. It's not a 10-foot or 20-footer.
60 feet.
Yes. Yeah, it spans 60 feet.
Not that I'm aware of.
Or Berry Line. It's the same river. Yeah.
So.
Because they're currently that long. It's a 3-span bridge. You've got piers in the water.
Well, that changes that. I didn't think it was that long.
I think they're 18.3 meters or.
So.
The other thing with these bridges too is they actually have to be raised to get the surface area for the capacity. So the one on Berry Line is coming up about 1/2 meter. It's got to be raised about 1/2 meter. And the one on, from what it is now, and the one on Green Lake Road is coming up a foot. Just to get that cross-sectional area for the capacity for the water.
That's in case of flood, more flooding.
Yeah, that's for the 100-year storm.
Do the last 100-year storm.
No, pushed on it though, pushed on both of them. Which you don't want either, right? So.
No, yes, it is.
I know nothing about bridges, but had we have come to you, like Pat says, and we wanted a culvert design, could you have designed it, or would you even attempt to design it, or would you have talked us out of it? As an engineer?
I would have talked you out of it. For those 2 structures, it makes absolutely no sense. So you would have to put, like, we just drew it up, and I think it was 5 12-foot diameter culverts just to get the hydraulic capacity, the amount of water you need flowing through, but you're also creating a dam. So the road's probably going to wash out.
don't know much about it. I obviously. Well, so we have a little choice then, I guess. So we're borrowing this money and it's, well, how much is this gonna change the interest rate? Do we know?
Well,
What
that's
the estimates would have been?
I'm not sure. Barbara may know something on that, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a 30-year debenture. So she was quoted at 4.81. I don't know if this changes things or not. I just don't know.
She's present.
If she's there, if you want to ask.
Just to go back to the culverts too, I think you told us that that would require more dredging to be able to fit that many culverts in, which wouldn't be approved by the various bodies.
So you would need MECP, endangered species permits, you need DFO, fish modeling. You're a dam under the Lakes and Rivers Improvement Act, so that becomes permitting issues, and Transport Canada would require full permits under Navigation Protection Act. So it's not as simple as sticking in 5 culverts and walking away. And there's no guarantee, and Rob and I have been having this conversation for 2 years. We can go down the permitting road, but we strongly believe there's a 95% chance you will not get permits. So you are gonna spend and significant amounts of money trying to get permits that we don't feel you'll ever get.
Like I said, I talked to Lori and she said they're doing it up north all the time. So again, other than the engineering loophole not loophole, engineering problem of covering a 60-foot span is one thing, but in terms of burying culverts and everything else, you could have done multiple concrete ones on that note with wider mouths and not maybe what diameter we're using.
The other issue with concrete is the soils are very poor and they would probably sink and settle.
Well, that one over there is built on a swamp. We put 2 feet of 4-inch minus in it. And it was actually better because there was no bridge piles or anything there. We didn't have to pile or anything. It was a square area of the bottom of the culvert that supported it.
Talking 10 feet, right?
Not so much. There's also one at the top of Head Lake there by Harmony Road they put in that bog. It's all about the same. Anyway. So aside from all this, in terms of how we proceed with design and everything, Rob, do we put out an RFP for engineering outfits on these things, or we just pick somebody and away we go, or?
No, we did RFP on the Redstone Brook Bridge. That was on the last term of council. So that's where we're coming up with the numbers. So they knew kind of the volume of water going through there in the 100-year storm. So basically, because they did the hydrology and hydraulic analysis, we awarded them the work to do the bridges because they were already there. They already knew all that sort of stuff. And I agree with you. I mean, just to put it on record, I'm an advocate of culverts too. I think they work in some spots. Koshlong was one of them. I think we could have pulled the trigger on that, quite honestly. This one, I just don't think it's a good idea. So.
Okay, aside from, and again, I'm not picking on you. In terms of how the job's awarded, right? Is that done by percentage of contract, or is it engineering done by the hour? They just took a look at the job, scope of the job, and say it's going to be between 250 and 400, or how do they get paid, I suppose? Relating to what they do.
They presented a fee schedule based on the estimated contract amount for the replacement. So, and that's what we signed off on last year, and then we added the Berry Bridge after the fact. So we awarded them the Redstone Brook. We signed off on the fee schedule, and then we wanted to bundle them. So we put Berry's Bridge on that as well. We came back and amended that. And yeah, that was in January, I believe.
All right, so who comes up with a budgetary figure on the outset? So when you come to council, you say, listen, we need $1 million or $2 million.
So to clarify, our fee schedule is not based on a percentage of construction. We give a lump sum fee up front of, whatever our scope is. We're going to design a bridge. We're going to get permits for you. We'll do construction review, contract administration.
All in.
Here's the price.
Okay.
It does not change based on the value of construction.
All right. So again, who determines the budget? So you say you want a bridge built. Do you just say, well, listen, I feel it's going to be $1 million, or do you go to Tulloch and say, hey, we want this bridge built. What do you think? Because again, I'm struggling with you know, if we say it's gonna be a million and it turns out to be two, what
Mhm.
happened?
Yeah, so this one in particular, so we planned on doing this in 2024, 2023. For whatever reason, it didn't go out to tender that year. I came up with a budget number. I will bounce it off him, say, hey, is this cool for a budget? Because we just don't know at the end of the day. I inflated the last budget number about this time last year, getting ready for budget 2025. Since then, markets change, everybody knows that. The two things that we can't control are the market and tariffs, right? So,
All right.
but largely I come up with the number somehow, whether it be checking past tenders. Usually it's a past tender and just inflated if it's the same kind of bridge.
I understand.
I will bounce it off him to see if anything has gone crazy in the market side of things. And if it has, I'll tack on a few more points.
All right.
Last one.
Is there any positives, I suppose, in doing design build? Where the engineering's put on the builder, I suppose, in terms of moving forward with that, other than, I'm gonna say the permitting and studies and everything else, which is a different animal, but when you do a design build, sometimes there's better advantages to different methods or different ideas or different engineers' opinions that might be better or maybe not. But on the same note, I'm wondering if that's something we could use in the future.
I agree. I think there is advantages to that. The trick is, I think you need a commitment to go through with the project. With this one in particular was to have something shelf ready. So when we did pull the trigger, we could go ahead.
Okay.
But if you do design build, I mean, they're gonna want a commitment, right? So.
All right. That's all for me.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we're ready for a resolution then. The big one to swallow, but we gotta swallow.
And Barbara, was there any change in the interest rate for the funding? Is it still 4.81 over the 30 years from Infrastructure Ontario?
Yeah, that was just a quoted rate in June. So I'd have to go back and confirm if there were any changes to the rates. I highly suspect any changes would be very minimal. However, I will offer to council with the increased cost of the project an annual impact for debt repayment, which is well within the ARL limit, will be another $32,500 per year on the budget.
What I was asking for. Okay. Okay, mover and seconder. Gotta have the resolution first.
Be it resolved that council award the work described in RFT 2025 PW 12 being a tender for the replacement of two highway bridges on Green Lake Road and Berry Line Road to McPherson Andrews Contracting for $3,047,933.39, excluding HST, and that the work be funded through the Infrastructure Ontario Loan Program.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, next. Yeah, don't take all any more than one box, Pat. You won't be that long. Yeah. Okay. Okay, who's going to report this first? Rob?
Oh, sure, I'll start. So this is the tender results of RFT 2025 PW 13, which is the supply of one sand storage structure. So again, it was hosted on bids and tenders, advertised on the website and the local paper. We did receive 3 bids. Unfortunately, the low bid did not pass the first phase. There was no agreement to bond submitted with it, so they weren't considered for further consideration. The other 2 bids were complete, were considered. However, they were far over budget, to the tune of $800,000 plus. And we are recommending that we not proceed with the work. We cancel this project and basically go back to the drawing board, which is probably going to be one of 2 things: either rebuilding the Grizzly we have, which based on these prices, I thought you could probably rebuild that Grizzly for 250. Maybe not now. I just don't know. Or maybe go down a design build option. If you go down a design build, I would say you want more than $1 million in there, because obviously that number got blown out of the water. Yeah.
What's the thought of going to a wood roof instead of the vinyl? Because some of them have been around for 30, 40 years.
I'll let Frank comment on that, but I mean, it's gonna come down to foundation design as well. So we have a very kind of awkward little footprint we have to work within. So if you go to a timber building, if you wanted to put timber on top of what we had, you would need a truss that's at least 100 feet across, which I'm not sure how you'd even get it there, let alone get the crane to lift it on in the footprint we have. So if you go down design build, you could leave it open to steel or timber or whatever you wanted. We would just need to decide basically what footprint we're willing to take up with the building. I know what capacity we need. We need to store at least 15,000 tons. And basically show them this is the soil conditions, this is where it has to go. You tell us what we need. So.
Well, I know we can't accept it now. It's just too much money. So we'll look at whether we redo the screen or, because we're gonna have to borrow that $1 million too.
Mm-hmm. And you also have, you know, you also have another dozen bridges that are coming up.
Yeah.
So,
The Grizzly bars have worked for 30 years.
yeah. I mean, the one we
Will it
have.
work again for this coming year? Or are you getting near?
We're watching it closer. I think I would have like a structural guy take a look at it and say, you need to do this to make it safe for this year. And let's worry about it again next year. I mean, it's been there for 40 plus years.
Yeah, it's done well.
It's done really well. I mean, yeah, it needs some guard railing and that kind of thing, but ultimately the way to go would be to cover everything, provide storage in the summer for some of the winter equipment, but for $1.8 million, I just don't think it's good value.
I agree with it. Okay, so we have a resolution then to
Yep.
do nothing.
Be it resolved that council received this report on tender results for one new sand structure, and that council cancel the project and not award the work outlined in RFT 2025 PW 13 due to the project coming in over budget, and that council directs staff to determine other suitable solutions to sand and salt storage and report back at a later time.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Tammy, all in favor? Okay, get Pat back in and we'll do capital project update.
Oh yeah, just another update here. The only real change here is, of course, we just discussed two of the major tenders. The new snow blower showed up today, so I thought I was gonna have to. Oh, I did change it back. Sorry, I changed it back once already. But anyways, it is here today, so obviously not in service, but we'll get training on it this fall, and the old snow blower will go to surplus. I've received the 30% review on the Highland Street sidewalk replacement. So that's something that we're gonna have to discuss at budget again. That's gonna be another big ticket item that you're probably not gonna like the price tag on.
And sorry, whereabouts is all the sidewalk replacement?
It's from the streetscape along Highland, right from the lights down to York Street, where the sidewalks are disintegrating.
So it's gonna go by the cenotaph then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cause
Yeah.
that's a bad, I just happened to travel over that, I thought, ooh, that's
Yeah.
a nasty spot.
I mean, I don't walk it a lot. Every time I walk those sidewalks now, just they look worse and worse. So it continues to happen.
Yeah,
It's gotta be done.
Yeah.
well, some, like in a wheelchair or something like that on that chunk along with the cenotaph, that would be, it's an issue,
Mhm.
for sure.
Rob,
Okay.
I just have a question, right? And I know this is, it's definitely been discussed, but right in front of Emerson's there, all the way up, over the bridge by, when is that ever gonna be fixed properly?
Do you want to talk about all the big ticket items today? Well, we're doing some engineering now, getting ready for the Connecting Link grant. Hopefully, I'm hoping within 2 years, we can rehabilitate that whole thing. for 10 cent dollars, and the ministry should come to the table, hopefully. Again, it's gonna be another big project, so hopefully we get 90% funding on that. If we don't, you're gonna have another discussion on borrowing. It's gonna be in the millions of dollars. It's also gonna be a scheduling nightmare. So you know what it's like driving through Halliburton this time of year.
Oh,
It'll have to be phased over probably 2 years just to make it happen, but it is on the radar, and I'm hoping to get all the engineering done. If not this year, then next year, and have a package to submit to the ministry.
I think that's a real priority for our community. I know it's a lot of money and I know we're waiting, but somebody's got to push some buttons here and
Yeah, I mean, it's held up well. It really has. It just in the last probably 3 or 4 years, it's really starting to, go off a cliff, but for the age of it, it's done really well.
So we talking about the road in front of Emerson?
Yeah,
I thought for sure that was all MTO.
that's our baby.
Wow.
Yep.
We should unload it.
connecting link.
Yeah, yeah, they're more apt to push down than us push up.
Okay, resolution then on.
Be it resolved that council receive the update on 2025 capital projects as information.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carry. Okay, then request for pre-approval.
Yeah, so we are now finally caught up on our tandem axle plows. The last order was placed in 2022, and the last one just showed up this winter. Speaking with the dealer, they're about a year and a bit out right now. So if we ordered now, we might see one in Q4 of
It won't
2026.
be any cheaper either.
No, you're looking at about 425,000.
Oh, no.
And we don't get a lot of bells and whistles on them, so.
Can we build one?
Can we get a good used one somewhere?
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember when they were under 200,000?
Yeah, and the new ones are no better than the old ones. I mean, no.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess the resolution.
Be it resolved that council provides pre-approval for staff to purchase one new tandem axle truck with snowplow equipment for delivery in 2026. Further request that the purchase be included in the mayor's proposed 2026 budget, and further directs that the project be funded by the General Vehicle and Equipment Reserve Fund.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Carm, all in favor? Carry. Thank you. I guess we're going to break for lunch. Okay. Okay, Barbara, we got Barbara?
Okay, we're all set.
Yeah, we're all set.
Okay, so the first report under finance is the check summary report for June 2025. Total disbursements were $6,075,465. And under the vendor payments, the Q2 transfer payments to the county and the school board amounted to $4,255,846.
Okay,
Resolution?
thank you. Resolution?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the June 2025 check summary.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Quarterly metered sewage report.
Yes, so year to date, we're trending very similar to June of 2024. Average monthly usage is 330,727 gallons.
Okay,
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the quarterly metered sewer readings report for the period ending June 30th.
mover and seconder, Barry and Carm. All in favor? Carried. Tax applications.
Yes, so we have our Section 357 tax applications, and there were 5 rebate applications. 4 were demolitions, and 1 was a result of a skiff. The total municipal portion for write-off is $822.93.
Okay. Resolution, can't do anything about that.
Be it resolved the council authorizes tax adjustments for applications made under section 357 of the Municipal Act as follows. Municipal portion 822.93, county 627.95, and education 357.52.
Okay. Resolution then? Favor? Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Revenue and expenditure.
So we have the revenue and expenditure report at June 30th of 2025. Under taxation, we now recognize the final tax bills, which were sent out in late May. And we also have additional assessment that's coming in throughout the year. In meeting with MPACT representatives, we're looking at upwards of $60 million in additional assessment. To date, we have received some of that, and that equates to $126,000 in additional taxation revenue. Mid-year, there's still a lot of capital projects underway. Under transportation, we've taken delivery of 2 tandem trucks and 2 pieces of equipment, so that's reflected under the capital. Right now, very little activity on the roads construction. Typically, we see those numbers come in at the end of Q3, early Q4. So I'd be happy to take any questions on the report.
No, there's no questions, unless Barry's got one.
No,
anyway, good to see you. We've seen you too many more times, I guess.
is this the last time you're gonna give us this report, Barb?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it was very nice dealing with you.
Yeah.
For the
For
short
sure.
period of time that I've been around, but you did a super job. Thank you.
Absolutely. Leave your phone on.
Oh.
I'm sure they speak for all of us, Barb. You've done a great
Thank
job.
you. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Barbara.
We mover and seconder, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't even read it, but I will.
Oh, you haven't even read it yet?
No.
Well, hurry up.
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the revenue and expenditure report at June 30th, 2025.
And now we're moving second. Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. Now we go to planning. Jeff and Chris. Okay, Jeff's here.
Yes, good afternoon. I'll get right into it. So the first application on the agenda is following up on the public meeting this morning. This is a bylaw to amend the lands of Isles and Vanderwall on County Road 21. Subject to any questions council may have, council did pass a resolution to support the proposed amendment.
Glad to see that we're moving on that one. Resolution, Jeff?
Yes, I can read that for you.
Thank you.
So be it resolved that bylaw 2025-64, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Isles and Vanderwall, which consists of part lot 9, concession 9, in the geographic township of Dysart, which would change the zoning from rural type 1, rural residential -5, extractive industrial, and environmental protection to rural type 1 and environmental protection. Be read a first, second, and third time, signed in the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Nancy, all in favor? I hope that, so can they appeal that,
As property owners, they have appeal rights. The Planning Act says that they have to either make oral presentation today or written submissions to council to maintain those appeal rights. So it looks like they've lost their appeal rights.
Good. That's good. Okay. We're moving on then.
Yep, thank you. So yeah, the council heard the temporary zoning bylaw this morning, which was for the glamping pods at 77 Wallings Way, and they passed a resolution to deny the application or the zoning bylaw. And if there's any questions, happy to answer, or I can just read the resolution.
Read the resolution then.
Okay. Be it resolved that council deny temporary use bylaw 2025-65, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for lands of 2784805 Ontario Inc., which consists of part lot 14, concession 8, part 1 to 12, registered plan 19R, 9930. Geographic township of Dysart, municipality Dysart et al., which would temporarily change the zone on the subject property from rural institutional to rural institutional type 7 exception zone for the maximum of 3 years.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, who's gonna do the Blue Heron boat launch?
Yeah, so the Blue Heron Boat Launch Association has made application to renew a license of occupation for their mainland parking and docking facilities on Blue Heron Road. The bylaw provided authorizes the execution of a license of occupation agreement. Subject to any questions, staff recommend approval of the bylaw. But staff do seek direction whether council is happy with the fee and term for the license of occupation.
It's the same as what we did before, right?
That's what it's set out right now. So historically, it's been a 5-year term with $10 for the fee, so $2 per year.
We don't have
We
to
do
touch
no
it.
maintenance up there at all?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so. They maintain it themselves.
It's quite a piece of property they have of ours there, correct?
They use it all pretty well.
Yeah, and they're getting for $10.
They do because that was part of the subdivision agreement. And that
I
was
see.
deeded for them for use for parking for the island.
I see. So
It is a hell of a deal.
But what do we do for everybody else that's got an island property? It's paying is it 500 or 750?
500, isn't it?
Think so. No, they supply insurance.
If it hadn't have been that they wouldn't have got their lots approved without that, I think that was the kicker.
Right.
So how else are they gonna get there? I mean, we could hammer them, but
How many properties does this actually benefit on the island?
quite a few, 20 somewhere.
I don't know all that off the top of my head, but I'm just gonna look at the agreement and see if that gives us the information.
I think it's 20 something, but anyway, they got 2 or 3 cards each. So. Anyway,
Yeah, it doesn't say in the agreement how many properties this benefits. There are 22 parking spaces, a boat launch, and one marine facility.
pretty close. Okay, go ahead, Jeff, with the resolution there.
Okay, be it resolved that council passed bylaw 2025-66, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a license of occupation agreement with the Blue Heron Boat Launch Area Association for use of part of the untraveled portion of Blue Heron Road and part of Block 21 on Plan 633, designated as Part 1 on Plan 19R 8046 in the geographic township of Guilford. And further, that the license fee for the license of occupation is set at $2 per year with a term of 5 years.
Won't break anybody there. Oh, okay, mover and seconder. Tammy and all in favor? Carried. Okay, next. This is the one that Barry, you've got to. I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, just let me get my open up the file. Okay, well, it's opening. I can start. So at the council meeting last month, this application was deferred at the agent's request. So the property owners have applied to purchase the original shore road allowance in front of their property on Redstone Lake. The issue is that the shore road allowance is mostly flooded lands, except for a small portion that makes up a part of an island. The agent notes that although the point of the peninsula during the summer month is surrounded by water, in their opinion, it's technically not an island. Excuse me. They further outline potential liability concerns about the public being injured while on that island. The agent feels there's no access issues here regarding the subject lands because the only access is in the summer by water access or by boat. The staff report does outline concerns regarding the request as it relates to municipal policy for flooded road allowances, as well as road allowances that are used by the public. And that policy does give council direction here. So subject to any questions from council based on section 3.2.7 of the official plan, staff are recommending against this application, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Murray, I kind of agree with Jeff on this because that's the whole sand beach at the end of Redstone, and lots of people go down there and swim and whatever else, and it is our land, and it's a great spot for everybody to go. It's shallow for the kids, and I was there when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, then we better not close it.
I agree.
Okay. Can we do a resolution on that then?
We can. So be it resolved that council, based on the direction of section 3.2.7 of the official plan, deny the request by Gianconi, which is application L07RO 2025-005 to purchase a portion of the original shore road allowance on Redstone Lake in front of lots 27 and 28, concession 13 in the geographic township of Guilford.
Mover and seconder. Carm and that, all in favor? Carried. He was going to use it for a landing for airplanes or something, wasn't it? Okay, next, Halliburton Lake. Curry Road.
Yes, so
Who's that? Chris or
I'll start now. So Richard, Adam, and Jacqueline Wade have applied to purchase the shore road allowance in front of their property on Halliburton Lake. They are also requesting that council consider exchanging part of the road allowance behind their property, which we own, for the traveled portion of Curry Road, which bisects their property and currently is a trespass road. So council may recall on Curry Road. The resolution provided includes conditions to address the garage, which appears to have been converted into a second dwelling, as well as the location of a fire pit, which you can see in the pictures is constructed below the high water mark, partially in the water. So staff are recommending that be the second story of the garage be converted back to the permitted use, and that they move the fire pit at least above the high water mark. Typically in these situations where compensation may be appropriate, where our roads encroach on private property, we absorb the application fee. There's usually no land costs for the road allowance at the back because of the exchange, and we typically pay our own legal fee to the land being transferred to us. The applicants are still responsible for the shore road allowance land costs. They're responsible for any advertising fees and survey costs, as well as their legal fees. Subject to any questions, staff recommend approval of this application.
Okay. Don't see many questions. Go ahead.
Be it resolved that council approves for processing application LO7RO 2025-011 by the Wades to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Halliburton Lake in front of lot 15 concession 7, and to exchange a portion of the 66-foot road on plan 362 for a road allowance to the present location of Curry Road, which bisects the applicant's property, further described as part lot 15 concession 7, lot 35 on plan 362 in the geographic township of Harburn. The garage, which has been converted into a dwelling, shall be brought into compliance with the zoning bylaw. The fire pit shall be relocated above the high water mark, and a mechanism shall be located on title to prevent the lots from being sold separately. The lands are declared surplus.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Gary and Malt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
Next. So Mr. and Mrs. Dwaron applied to purchase the shore road allowance into front of their property on Benor Lake with the purpose of enhancing the value of their property and also maintaining and improving the waterfront. Staff recommend, they have gone through some minor variance applications, but everything seems good. Staff recommend that council approve the application for processing.
Pretty straightforward, I think. Yep, okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that council approves for processing an application LO7RO 2025-013 and deeming bylaw application C01 DE 2025-010 by Dwaron to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Halliburton Lake. We might have to correct that. I think that's supposed to be Benor Lake, in front of lot 26, concession 11 in the geographic township of Harcourt. These lands are declared surplus.
Okay. Mover, Tammy, and seconder. Walt. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Next.
So the next one is a permission to use road allowance application from Mr. and Mrs. Norman, who are residents of Hastings Highlands, and they would like to create a driveway up the boundary between the municipality of Hastings Highlands and the municipality of Dysart. So when there is a boundary road allowance, it's under joint jurisdiction. So to have that permission, both municipalities have to give this permission. They are a resident of Hastings Highlands. So first, in those instances, we always send them to the resident municipality. They did receive approval from Hastings Highlands in May 2024, subject to the several conditions as outlined in their report. Based on our direction from our policy 32, which is the policy to guide the use of road allowances, it supports this. And this also supports the resolution from the municipality of Hastings Highlands. So for those reasons, staff recommend council pass the resolution.
It makes sense. Okay, resolution.
Be it resolved that council grants permission to Marsh Norman, the registered owners of the south half of Lot 34, Concession 13, except Part 1 on Plan 21R 1526 in the geographic township of Herschel, to cross and use a portion of the road allowance located between Lot 34, Concessions 12 and 13 in the geographic township of Herschel, and Lots 33, Concessions 5 to 7 in the geographic townships of Harcourt. Further described as parts 1 to 3 on Plan 21R 25696. Use is restricted to the driveway shown on the sketch. Permission extends to heirs, executors, and invited guests, and is subject to the terms and conditions outlined in the municipality's standard acknowledgement form for use of road allowances. Ontario Land Surveyor confirmation of the location of the driveway is required if any new construction is required on the Dysart municipal unopened road allowance. Use is restricted to uses permitted by the zoning bylaw as amended.
Okay. Heard all that.
I got to make these shorter for Mallory.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next.
Okay, so the next one is another permission to use road allowance application. Miss Vanley Shout has applied for permission to use the road allowance adjacent to her property for the purpose of creating a driveway from the end of Mink Road to their property on Long Lake. Because their property is currently water access only. As per the standard acknowledgement form, they will have to provide a survey confirmation that any driveway they create will be located on our property or on the road allowance. They will be required to get an entrance permit where this will leave the end of Mink Road. But otherwise, based on the direction provided by our policy, staff recommend council pass the resolution.
Okay. Yeah, so we're good to go here then? Mover and seconder? Pat and Carm, all in favor?
Oh, sorry, would you like me to read that resolution?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had. I'm putting half asleep, I guess.
Well, this resolution might put you to sleep. Be it resolved that council grants permission to the registered owners of roll number 020-000-73000, the Vanley Shout, to cross and use a portion of the unopened road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concession 4, and also the road allowance between concessions 3 and 4 in lot 6 in the geographic township of Dudley, as shown on the sketch attached to and to the signed acknowledgement form. Use is restricted to the driveway shown on the said sketch. Permission extends to heirs, executors, and invited guests, and is subject to the terms, conditions outlined in our standard acknowledgement form for use of the road allowance. An entrance permit is required. Ontario Land Surveyor confirmation of the location of the driveway is also required. Use is restricted to uses permitted in the zoning bylaw as amended.
Is that all?
For now.
Okay, mover and seconder again, Pat and Carm, all in favor? Is that a local Vanley Shout?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next.
Okay, the next one shouldn't be as long as those other ones. So this is for a severance proposal for the land of Birch. The applicant is proposing a lot addition that would sever a portion of the lands or the subject property and convey it to the benefiting property. The purpose of the lot addition is to bring the existing driveway parking area, which is currently located on the subject lands, fully onto the benefiting lands. The proposed lots will meet the minimum lot frontage and lot areas for the waterfront zone properties. And there are no circulation requirements through the Planning Act. However, we do circulate to internal departments. We did receive comments from Public Works that have no concerns, as it does not front onto a publicly maintained road. And the County of Haliburton has no concerns in principle with the application. The county official plan does require that the lands subject to the boundary adjustment demonstrate existing legal access to a public year-round road, which is Sir Sam's. So just something to note for the applicant when they proceed with their process to the county. And then unless council has any questions or comments, staff recommend that council support the general principle of the proposed consent as submitted, subject to conditions included at the top of this report and comments received through the public review process.
Okay, resolution then?
Okay, so let's see here. I'll just bring it up. I had it in here. So the recommendation is, let's see here. Be it resolved that council support the general principle of the severance proposal for file number D00-SV-2025-007, Lands of Birch, subject to the following conditions and comments received through the public review process, and as per the conditions as outlined in the resolution.
Okay, mover and seconder. Barry and Walt, all in favor? Okay, now. Who's gonna take this one on?
You're on mute, Jeff.
Jeff?
Well, sorry, I was just saying I would like to pass it off, but I guess I'll take it. So I'll just try and go through this as quick as I can. As per the work plan attached to the report, a public open house was held on July 8th. In addition to the staff presentation, council received comments and questions from the public related to the proposed policies. The purpose of this meeting today is for council to provide specific direction to staff regarding those comments received, and staff will then update the policies based on that direction provided by council. It should be noted that at least one public meeting will still be required before council considers the final official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Therefore, the public will have at least one more opportunity to make comments on the proposed amendments. The comments received as of the date of this report are attached and provided in the report. I have separated them into two categories, the comments that were received in writing, and as well as the oral comments received at the open house. I have reviewed the public comments received to date, and including the results of the public questionnaire. The volume and quality of feedback received has been great. I gotta say, this is clearly an important policy topic for the public. The comments and results of the questionnaire indicate that the community is divided on the issue of permitting structures within the setback. The survey results indicate that there is openness to limited low impact development within the water setback. However, a significant portion of residents remain protective of the shoreline. At the public meeting, more factual evidence was provided that justified maybe keeping the policies as currently written compared to reasons provided at the meeting to support changing those policies. Based on all of that, and after reviewing and analyzing all of the information provided to date, I still question whether the slight majority of residents who want to have a building in the water setback warrants changing our well-established shoreline policies that go back to 1977, which are designed to protect our lakes and are part of Dysart's unique character. However, if council does wish to proceed and continue with these amendments, staff have provided 8 recommended changes, which are outlined in the report. These 8 recommendations are in response to some public comments and also to mitigate development along the shoreline. I should note that the recommendations are not necessarily designed to make this easy or cost effective to individual lot owners, but instead are recommended in the best interest of the municipality as a whole. If you would like, I can review those recommended changes. If not, we can go directly into discussing some of the public comments or issues, and council can provide direction to staff regarding any potential changes that they would like to see. So yeah, let me know. There is two options, two resolutions provided that provide options to either withdraw it or to proceed, subject to council's changes and the staff changes recommended in the report. But I'm happy to hear what you have to say. I'll do my best to answer your questions.
Just so the rest of you know, I went to the Redstone Lake Cottage Association meeting a week ago Saturday. And they asked me a bunch of questions and what were plans and thoughts and what we're doing and why we did it. And I got a tremendously great positive feedback. I only had one person that was somewhat against it, and she was concerned about a shed being turned into a short-term rental. And I said, well, right now a shed could be turned into a short-term rental, 30 meters back. So anyways, people were quite positive. And the people that were there were actually people on Redstone that have a lot of rock bluffs, and stuff. And they weren't so, they loved a gazebo, but they were really intrigued about a shed. So you have to carry stuff up and down, and up and down, and up and down. So they were really intrigued with that. So anyway, that was super positive. It was way better than the Keys Lake one was. And then as far as one thing I think we overlooked, and that's just my opinion, was allowing them on shoreline road allowance that they don't own. And I think they should have to buy it if they're going to put it down there. They should have to own the property they're putting the structure on. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, anybody else got a comment?
Harcourt Parks president, after she was on the public meeting, reached out to me and wanted to include all their membership in a meeting, so that they understand what's going on. So I'm set up. I need to talk to Jeff because I know she reached out to him as well, but we are planning on having that meeting next week. So then I'll have more to report when I come back.
Well, so where are we on gazebos and where are we on saunas and
We have one more public meeting yet? Or is that correct, Jeff?
Will be one more public meeting. Right now, I guess we're requesting, based on the comments you received through this process to date, are there any changes you want to make?
I have to say with Carm's comment, the only thing I'd change at this state, and again, we have another round of public engagement here, which I think is important to throw into the mix as well, but I'm still staying the course here until, other than the purchase of the shoreline.
And sorry, could you clarify, like you want them to purchase the shoreline or you don't think they need to purchase the shoreline?
Myself and Carm anyways, feel that they should be purchasing the shoreline if they're going to be putting structures on it.
Okay, and just to clarify, the existing policies as written requires them to purchase the shore allowance if that's where the building's going to be. So that's written in there already.
Thanks, Joe.
Should we go through these 8 points that these guys are, you guys are talking about changes? Should we go through them all real quick and see what we all think?
Yeah, I'm happy to go through those and just let you know maybe why I'm recommending those. So the first one was that outdoor saunas should be excluded from the proposed policies due to the potential for floor drains and pollutants entering the lakes. So at minimum, staff think if the council wants to keep outdoor saunas down there, they should be required to connect to a gray water pit or a septic system. The second change, did you want to have a stop and have a chat after each one, or do you want me to go through them all first?
You want to stop and take?
It wouldn't
hurt. Just a quick one because we'll just lose track of everything if we don't, right? We'll keep
be
going.
doing it again.
Yeah.
Jeff, to jump in on the sauna there, I know that was brought up at the last meeting here, and there was a woman or fellow there that talked about saunas, and I have one, and there's no floor drain, and you don't wash in them because it's gray water, so it'll stink like a dirty sink if you were to do that. So I would still include saunas the way they are, but absolutely no floor drains. I haven't seen one with floor drain.
No, and there's infrared ones too that
Right.
don't require any
Yeah.
water at all.
Yeah, and staff looked into it online, and we just doing some minimal research, it said that about 85% of outdoor saunas have drains, not all indoor ones. But the other issue is that unless they require a building permit, there's no municipal oversight on this. So if they do put a drain in, we'll never know. And that could be draining into the lake for however many years until there's a complaint made, and then we begin enforcement. So we could update the definition to include no floor drains, or something along that lines. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions.
I think the biggest problem here is how are we going to enforce this?
Don't they require a permit of some sort through some building code or whatever to put any sort of structure on the shoreline? Even if they own it, they still need to have a permit, right?
If the sauna is under 10 square meters, they do not require a building permit. If they're going to put it on our shore road allowance, they do require, they will be, required to purchase the shore road allowance, but they could purchase that without mentioning the sauna and then place the sauna on that shoreline afterwards. I think you'll see that will be kind of a common theme with a lot of these things, that it's going to be difficult for municipality to have oversight on some of these things, which might lead to increased enforcement or have enforcement difficulties. So that's some of the reasons why we're making these recommendations.
We need to decide there has to be a setback. You can't have it stuck right tight to the water. And
yeah, that's one of my next recommendations coming up.
Yeah.
So where did council land on the outdoor sauna? Just go ahead as is, or is there some minor changes that you wanted to make, or?
That's my own opinion, Jeff. Let's just say no drains. Keep it existing, but put no verbiage that there's no drains permitted.
Is everybody good with that?
I personally would like to see them set back.
We're gonna go.
Now 3 meters is.
No, number 3. We're gonna get that.
Okay, but what does it apply to saunas?
Yes.
Yeah,
Everything, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to that. That's important for all of these.
Okay, so I'll skip the second one and go right to the setbacks. So that was number 3. It was to increase the minimum setback for all structures to 4 meters as opposed to the 3 meters is right now. Actually, right now the gazebos are at 0 meters. Sheds and saunas are at 3 meters. Staff are recommending 4 meters for everything. And this is to protect the ribbon of life and erosion issues. Right now, the policies are designed to permit construction of these structures, but 1 meter of clearing around these structures. So if you're set back at 3 meters, that 1 meter clearing is going to be clearing to 2 meters from the lake, which is part of the ribbon of life. So staff are recommending, if council wants to continue, that the setback be moved to 4 meters for any structure.
Does anybody buy 5 meters? No.
So the only thing I see, Murray, is if it was the gazebo they wanted to have on your deck at the water, then the 0 would be fine. Because you already got a deck there and you're not affecting the ribbon of life. The sheds, if you want to move that in the sauna back, that I can understand that completely, except as number 2 said, if you have a certain degree of slope. Because if you have a rock bluff, then you can't go back 4 meters.
Then you can get closer.
Yes. Somehow we could word that in, so there's a lot of redstones like that, it's all rock bluff, they can't go up the hill, right?
Yeah. So they could, anything above a certain 15% or whatever it is.
50% grade, there is no ribbon of life because nothing can grow on it.
No. So where are we now?
How do you word that, Jeff?
Yeah, so I could jump back to that second recommendation, which talked about slopes. And that recommendation was that sheds shall only be permitted on lots with steep slopes. Similar to the existing special policies in our official plan for Percy Lake only, and subject to those same conditions. So at the meeting, there was more arguments provided for keeping sheds out of the setback than justifications for sheds within the water setback. The exception being on steep slopes, where there is a need to store and secure your property and waterfront items, which is definitely difficult on steep slopes, and staff recognize that. It should be noted that the Percy Lake policies have been largely ineffective. To implement those policies, there are approvals necessary, and it's not that cheap. It's going to cost people some money. My understanding is that those policies have been in place for, I'm just guessing, let's say 10 or 15 years, and I don't think we've received one application to have a shed within the water setback, but we know there's lots of sheds within those water setbacks. So if council wants to go down this route, staff are recommending that there be more enforcement for these types of issues, just for the protection of our lakes. Right now, our bylaw enforcement staff mostly work on a complaint-driven basis, but there is cheap and easy ways to have more proactive enforcement. With orthophotography, we can see when structures were built, we can see where they were built, and it would be quite easy for staff to investigate if we were to move forward this way. So that's what staff are recommending. Sheds which can be converted, which can store harmful chemicals and pollutants, that they be permitted in the setback only on steep slopes.
The Percy Lake situation there, Jeff, would they, if they didn't build, they just build a 10 by 10 shed, we wouldn't know about it anyway, right? Or did they, or was there a specific thing in there that we had to check out?
Yeah, so what the policy says is they're permitted. So they had to go through and do a survey of the whole lake and get a certain amount of people that agreed on this change to allow structures in the setback. But what the official plan policy says is they have to buy their shore road allowance, they have to do site plan agreement, and they have to do a zoning bylaw amendment. And I'm not aware of any that have done that. You're right, if it was under 108 square feet or under 10 square meters, they wouldn't need a building permit, but they would still have to go through those other policies before that would be permitted, or the other approval processes before they could have it.
I think that's why many people did it, because it's a lot, the process would be worth 4 times the shed on that. So again, if we're cohesive and making it work for everybody, then I'm hoping that that'll be the case, but anyway.
Yeah, and I look to council there. I just reiterate again, these policies are not necessarily designed to make people happy, but for the long-term protection of the municipality and the municipality as a whole. So, but however you want to proceed, that's why I'm here today. I just want that specific direction. And then I can go back and either update the policies or leave it as is.
I don't have a problem with 15 feet or 5 meters and the gradient. I think that's totally reasonable.
For sheds, it's on us.
Correct.
And what about gazebos then? That's where he's asking, what do we do for gazebos?
Well, gazebos.
Is it
So
zero?
the way I've recommended it, if I may, so gazebos would be permitted on all lots, even if they weren't steep slopes, because they're more for enjoyment. Whereas the argument for sheds was that they had to walk up and down hills to go get water toys and stuff like that. But the way it's worded right now, or through the recommendations, is that gazebos would be permitted at a 4-meter setback.
Yeah, I don't know. So you're not gonna, so you can build a shed 10 by 16, 15 feet from the lake, and paint it any color you like. And then we're supposed to enforce that. You know what? You'll have, this is going to be a nightmare. How are you going to enforce this stuff? I think it's opening a can of worms, but go ahead, guys, whatever you think.
It's supposed to be screened, isn't it?
Yeah, I can continue. Yeah, as I've mentioned, enforcement is going to be difficult. Some of these policies aren't all that different from what exists now, and even what exists in other municipalities. Once they're in place, it'll just be different standards people need to abide to, and staff will need to adjust in terms of approvals and enforcement. But yeah, some of them are a bit difficult. if you'd like, I can move on. So we've captured the first three.
Yeah, sorry, can I comment?
Yep.
So, sheds and saunas right now, what's in the bylaw?
Like in the current bylaw, that there's no structures permitted within the 20-meter setback, but in the current proposal right now, saunas would be and sheds would be permitted at 3 meters and a gazebo at 0 meters.
Okay, so you're saying that sheds and saunas would be okay, and you say 5 meters, or?
Right now it's 3 meters. Staff are recommending 4 for all structures.
Five meters. Gazebos are part of the function of the lake in terms of. If gazebos are, if we're toting the line of gazebos, to me, you're there watching your kids, you're protected from the sun and you're out of the bugs. Do they pollute? Well, no, you're not storing gas cans in them or what have you, but on the same note, I got no problem with 5 meters for everything. And gazebos right to the shore if you want.
I just should tell you this, that the provincial law says, the building code says 10 by 16. This is a planning issue. If we want to say the sheds are 10 by 10 to eliminate those monkeys, we can do it right here. And I don't think that's a bad thing to do. Then you're not going to have beds in them and.
10 by 10. Even 10 by 10 is happier than having nothing.
Yeah, and there are deck boxes too that people can put on their dogs.
Could I just
Yeah.
finish? Here?
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Sure.
So like I just think, this is my opinion. We all have our own opinion. That I think that 5 meters is too close for sheds and saunas. I think if they were back a minimum of 10 meters, that'd be 30 feet, and buffed, and also 10 by 10. I think it'd be more accepted by the community, because the people that are gonna be against all of this are the ones that are gonna say that the shorelines are gonna be cluttered with and some people aren't gonna do it right. And I think that the building and planning department should have a say on the size, 10 by 10, but also the color of the shed and the saunas, and they should be buffed with some form of buff, trees or whatever. But I just think 5 is just a little bit too close, but that's just my opinion. Gazebos, I agree. People have got decks down there, and like Pat said, there's nothing gonna be going in, nobody's gonna be storing anything there that's gonna pollute the water. It's more to get out of the sun and watch your grandkids. But that's just my opinion on it. We should be at least 10 meters back. But you guys, I guess we'll see what happens.
Jeff, what's in there now for like screening of these stuff? What's there? Or we have said that they had to be screened of some sort, right?
Yeah, so right now the gazebo's allowed right down at 0 meters, so there's no screening for that. I'm just pulling it up as quick as I can. Or just bear with me for a sec. So the official plan change says the storage sheds and outdoor saunas will be screened from view from the lake and from neighboring lots with a native vegetation buffer. The minimum width of the native vegetation buffer is 2 meters. Just looking at the zoning bylaw, though, I don't know if I converted that into the zoning bylaw. Well, yes, it does. The minimum vegetation buffer width between an outdoor sauna or a storage shed and the abutting shoreline is 2 meters.
Okay, so why don't we, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Let's go, and you guys tell me, let's go 5 meter setback with the sheds. All right, with that screening process that you're talking, we could scale the size back a little bit if you like. If you want to go 10 by 10, that's fine. And maybe the saunas will push them back even a little bit further. Somebody got a number on that? I mean, if the saunas are back 10 meters, that's only, you know, if you want to go jump in the lake, you're only running 30 feet, right? Or a little better than 30 feet to jump in the lake. That's the idea of it. So how's that sound to everybody? And of course, the screened-in porch or the gazebos can be right
So
out.
tell me how you're going to screen these buildings.
Well, is that sort of specified in your specs there or not really, Jeff?
Yeah, so right now there's no screening for gazebos, but there is a 2-meter requirement for outdoor saunas and storage sheds.
So what's 2 meters? 2 meters high or 2 meters wide?
Sorry, 2 meters width. So it's yeah, about a 6-foot.
Covered. If it's 10 feet, if it's 10 by 10, 2 meters is only 6 feet.
Strip between the shed and the water.
Oh, okay.
So you got a 2-meter
So
strip
if it's
between the
the
shed
same
and the
height, it's
water.
not going to screen it.
Sorry, what's that?
If it's not the same height, it's not going to screen it. You want to see the building?
What if it's mostly boulders and it won't grow anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're all set.
Yeah.
This is not as simple as it sounds, you know?
Well, can we not draw it up like this and then meet for the next public meeting and see what the?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
In terms of paint and everything like that, my own opinion is you leave a natural wood and it'll fade to fit the environment anyway. Like we don't
If they
need to
left
paint
it
it.
natural, I agree.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Well, the length of this room, I think 3-foot tiles are 4. So there's 36 feet here from there to there. I think that sheds and saunas should be at least that far back. That's just my opinion. So that's like 12 meters, right?
Well, if we're worried about the ribbon of life, that's 10 feet. If he's adding in another meter for cutting and that, I don't see, you know, anywhere
Yeah.
after that. If that's your own discretion,
Yeah.
you can put it back that way. There's no, we got the discretion of the
That's a
homeowner.
minimum setback.
Right. Get all that, Jeff?
No. No, I haven't heard consensus anyways. I think what might be beneficial though, because there's still 5 more recommendations to go through. I can go through them all quickly and then because you guys keep talking about some of those things and then we could go back and go through them one by one and just get consensus on everyone and move forward. Does that sound good?
Doesn't sound real, but anyway.
So we have touched on the first 3, which was the sauna. And what I hear is that we just say that there's no floor drains allowed in the saunas. The second one was that sheds be only permitted on lots with steep slopes. But what I hear is we want to include saunas in that. Number 3 was the 4-meter setback, and there was a lot of discussion there. So, and there's some with different different setbacks for different buildings. So I'll look to council maybe just to kind of provide me consensus on that. But moving on, so number 4, I did recommend that the maximum floor area for any structure, whether it's the gazebo, the shed, or the sauna, be limited to 10 square meters as opposed to the 15 square meters. Like really 15 square meters is pretty big structure down by the water. When you look at the results of the survey, they were overwhelmingly in favor of natural shorelines. Not only the people that wanted structures, but most people that didn't want structures, but most people that wanted structures also wanted natural shorelines and lake health. So this will help to minimize that impact on the lakes and the natural viewscapes. The 5th one, and it was brought up during the open house, was that permission of a shoreline structure shall be subject to site plan control. So I hear a lot of discussion today, or how are we going to ensure that it's a certain color? How are we going to ensure it's buffered? How are we going to enforce that? And this is a good tool to do that. This is quite common in a lot of waterfront communities. It can be done in a cost-effective manner and a streamlined process. So I know council doesn't like red tape, but you can have similar to our licenses of occupation for short-term rentals, you can have like a standard agreement. we can tweak the policy so that this can be done without the help of an agent or a professional, so that we do accept hand-drawn site plans as long as they're neat and accurate. This would also remove that requirement for a shoreline report that is administered by the building department. So I think it would reduce staff administration. It would provide bylaw enforcement staff with options and support. But mostly it would ensure that there will be minimal disturbances to the shoreline vegetation. It would help to prevent the erosion, siltation, all that stuff. So that's the 5th recommendation. The 6th one was to exclude the storage of vehicles, motor vehicles, and harmful fluids in the storage building if permitted. This is already included in that Percy Lake policy and is designed to prevent harmful pollutants from spilling into the lake. The 7th one is to require a scoped environmental impact statement prior to the construction of a shoreline building in lands that are adjacent to natural heritage fielding features, specifically critical fish habitat, lake trout lakes that are at capacity, and provincially significant wetlands. So the EIS is scoped, so it's not going to be a full-blown EIS, but it will provide options to mitigate development, ensure that there will be no negative impacts on these sensitive features, which is consistent with our official plan. The measurement for critical fish habitat is if that structure is going to be within 30 meters. And that critical fish habitat is mapped in our official plan. I know Councillor Casey's mentioned that there's critical fish habitat everywhere, but we are only going by what is within our official plan. The measurement for adjacent lands for lake trout lakes is within 300 meters of a lake trout lake that's at capacity that you would have to do that scoped study. And it's 120 meters for provincially significant wetlands. The last recommendation is more of a technicality. Throughout this entire process, I've been using the term roofed structure in the policy development. But I want to replace it with the term building or the term accessory building, because these are already defined in our policies. And instead of having to come up with more definitions for roof structure and stuff like that. So I do want to change that. But yeah, that completes the list of recommendations. And if we want to go back through them all, we can and try and get some consensus and send me back to the drawing board.
Jeff, I got a quick question. This number 7, what does that environmental impact statement study consist of for cost for the homeowner? Any idea?
I don't know the cost for a scoped environmental impact study. Chris, do you? I generally ballpark $5,000.
I'd say if it's
3 to
scoped,
3 to
yeah,
5.
scope
3
would
to
probably be
5.
about 3, maybe 2, depending what we're scoping. So if it's fish habitat and things like that, if they need to come out to view the shoreline, then you might be looking probably 3 to 5, somewhere in there. At max, I think.
Yeah, nobody will do that one.
Well, and just going to Jeff's one point there for site plan control, I know some might, look at that as a holdup. I've worked in other municipalities where that was utilized and it didn't hold up the process or anything like that as well. It allowed the municipality to have at least a leg for those things that come up of shoreline vegetation and all those things, that if there are any issues or concerns, that the applicant needs to address those things. So it's a cookie cutter sort of template, and it's pretty much is just the name of the applicant or the owner. It goes in, and then at least we have it as an agreement between the municipality and the owner that if they don't adhere to those I guess policies, then we have the option to address it then.
Just have a question. How much does it cost the homeowner for the site plan control submission?
I believe that would be a fee that we would have to determine, I guess, as council, Jeff, unless I'm out of that one. But I think unless we do it under the site plan control that we already have in place for a fee, or if it's a fee that council decides through this process of a fee just related to site plan control for a shoreline structure.
Yeah, right now the site plan control fees are tiered. There's some for commercial, some for multi-residential, some for industrial. The standard fee is $1,200 if it's just a standard site plan agreement. But if council wants, and as outlined, if we want to develop, say, a streamlined process with a more of a cookie cutter agreement that can be used with minimal changes, then the administration is also reduced. So we can look at reducing that cost.
And also Jeff, sorry, well, also Jeff, you said that a site plan could be if you do it yourself, right? If you make it a detailed diagram, that's good enough.
Yep, our current policy says that it has to be prepared by a professional, but lots of people accept hand-drawn site plans as long as they're neat. So for this instance, because we really aren't trying to put up that many barriers, we do want this to happen. We just want to make sure there's protection. So we do want to provide options to make this easier for people. And that's one of them, so that they can do a hand-drawn site plan as long as it's accurate. They're going to have to show on there where their vegetation buffer is, so that we know that it complies with the natural shoreline requirements, which was also a part of this. And it would transfer that natural shoreline oversight from the building department through that shoreline report to this process.
Okay, Jeff, so needless to say, we've all got our own opinions here. And so this is what I'd like to see on the way my mind's thinking, on the way I think about what we would vote on here. And to me, it's probably way different than some of the other people, but that's fine. But I like to see the gazebos are, like Carm said, they're down on decks anyways. They're not doing anything to the water, but no gazebos on docks at all that are floating in the water, and for sure. And also in regard to sheds and saunas, I'll make this really short and sweet. I'd like to see the sheds and saunas staggered, not the same distance back. Say like a shed was within 10 meters and the sauna would be back 15 meters.
One structure in short. But he's saying different. Yes, the setback increase one.
Yeah. And buffed.
Sorry, Carm, I couldn't hear what you were saying there, but yeah, as Walt mentioned, everybody does have different opinions on this. So perhaps, and I know it might take a bit of time, we can go through each of these one by one, and you can all come to a consensus and tell me what you want me to do. And then I can go back to the drawing board.
I'll cut to the chase. I think 5 meters is fine for everything other than the gazebos. Keep it simple. And the 15% or the whatever the percent gradient you choose.
I fear, Jeff, you're not gonna get any sort of consensus, so I don't know if this is just a waste of time for you.
Until this next meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does make it difficult to develop policies when there isn't clear direction. And this, like, I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and specifically write law that says that is required for each and every structure, whether it's the size of the building, the setback of the building, the permitted uses, the slopes.
Jeff?
Yep.
Well, we just go, let's start with saunas then. Let's just start with saunas and say, okay, what's every,
Yes or no?
yeah, like, look, so let's say the sauna's gotta be no drains to start with, right? Everybody.
Yeah,
agree?
so the first one, does everybody still want a sauna? Like, staff are recommending against it because of potential issues, but does everybody still want a sauna? We'll worry about the setback and the size after, but the first one, does everybody still want to permit saunas within the setback? Right now, by the bylaw, they are permitted, but they have to be 66 feet from the lake.
Compromise?
Did you hear that, Jeff?
No, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, Jeff. Okay, so let's go, we're sitting here brainstorming here a bit. So saunas, no drains, 10-meter setback. Let's start there. Who's with the agreement with that?
I want 5.
No.
I want 20.
Okay, are we moving on?
The middle.
Are we moving on then from that point? What's your other question on saunas then? Oh,
So
sorry.
saunas are good with no drain, is what was decided.
Yep.
Okay.
And size wise, 10 square meters max, right?
Well, can we get to that in a sec? I just want to go through each one by one and try and get that consensus, because we'll worry about size and address all different structures at the same time. So we did talk about different setbacks. The recommendation for the second one, sheds would only be permitted on lots with steep slopes. So what I heard is council now wants to only say, want to include saunas in that. So sheds and saunas would only be permitted on lots with steep slopes. Is that correct?
I think we're saying that it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter your slope.
Okay. So, okay.
Now, again, that's just me saying that, and Carmen whispering in my ear here. Make sure that's all right with everybody else too here.
I love. Who's on first?
So you were saying that if they have more than a 15% grade, that they can't have a sauna. Is that right?
You can't have more than one structure. We've agreed on that. I hope.
That's right. You can only have one of the 3. So if you have a gazebo out there,
You're not
then
having a
you don't
sauna
have a
or shed.
sauna and you don't have a shed. You have one of the 3.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's been
No matter-
like that from day one, right? Nothing's changed there.
Correct. Still a maximum of one building within the setback, but if that structure is a shed or a sauna, then we were saying it should be limited to lots with steep slopes.
I'm not agreeing with that.
Okay.
I don't think the public's gonna agree with the sauna at the lake.
Well, no. So we're back onto the slopes though, like if you're saying like, if your slope is less than 15% grade, then you can't have that. That's what you're saying.
You would still be permitted to have the gazebo within the setback, just not the shed or the sauna. You could still have a shed and a sauna at 66 feet from the lake. That's what the proposal is, but what I'm hearing is people want to ignore that and just permit whatever structures depending on what the setback is, which we can go to next.
Well, let's not rush into it.
You got a confused look. So what you thought?
Shed. You can have one, whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I thought we were going to do sheds or saunas, 10 meters or whatever back with the vegetative buffer. If you have the steep slope, your shed can be.
Alter?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought the way they were talking about, if your slope wasn't, if it was less than 15% grade, you weren't allowed one of them unless it's has to be further back again.
My good.
What were you thinking, Jeff? What was your original, like if you had a less than 15% slope, you were kind of saying then you couldn't have a shed. Is that correct or not?
Correct, not within the water setback. You would still be permitted one structure, but that would be limited to a gazebo.
So I'm saying, I think you still be allowed to have a shed whether you have a 15% grade or not, at whatever setback we decide to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So forget about the slope.
Okay. And number 3 is the setbacks. So I just said 4 meters for all structures. But I'm looking for consensus from council. They're only allowed one structure, so we've established that. But depending on the structure type, I suppose you could have different setbacks. I'm recommending minimum of 4 for any due to the ribbon of life erosion issues, natural shorelines.
We did, didn't we?
Okay, well, let's say, well, we've actually agreed on we were saunas, we were gonna say 10 meters. Sheds, we were gonna say 5 meters. Gazebos, basically zero, right?
Again, going back to why we're all doing this is to try and absolve the problems that we get reoccurring every meeting. What are the problems? That's why we're doing this. So.
You okay, Jeff, then? Got that one?
Yeah, was everybody good with that? Sauna's at 10 meters, sheds at 5, and gazebo's at 0.
Yep.
Okay.
Gazebo.
The next one was for site plan control or some sort of streamlined site plan control process.
Jeff, if we can tone that down to something simple, I agree with that. And my reason is, if they bring us in a site plan agreement, and we can say, okay, there's what you decided to do. And then when bylaw comes in for something else, they got something opposite, you can say, here's what you agreed to. So we have, it's not like a building permit, but we have something to fall back on 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, if they decide to change it up.
I agree with that. And also, again, make it so that the individual can draw it out. Doesn't have to be rocket science, and you got something then.
That's a way to police it, right?
Yep, I'm okay with that too, if everybody else is.
Okay, we'll look at that, and we'll look at what we have to change. We'll also look at that streamlined process and try and come up with an administration fee to advise you of that, just to cover our costs. But I think that's a good idea, just to tone it down, and at least we have a mutual agreement between the property owner and the municipality. Number 6, this was the exclusion of the storage of vehicles, motor vehicles, including boats and harmful fluids in your shed or your structure within the water setback.
Right. Well, if we make it 10 by 10, they ain't gonna get much in it as far as vehicles or snowmobile, anything, you couldn't get in it. So I think that's pretty safe. Say that.
Is everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay, 7 was the scoped environmental impact study, just to make sure there was no negative impacts on the fish habitat, lake trout lakes, and provincially significant wetlands.
Well, personally, Jeff, I think it was study, people would go for it, but I think at 3,000, 2,000, they're just gonna skip it and not even want to do it. Just build something without, try to go back to the old ways of doing it.
I'd like to not have that in there. Yep, another study, I just think
I agree.
It's waste of money.
Okay,
I do think that was
unless-
pretty important even in the last shoreline protection thing that we did, because that's what it was based on, the protection of the shoreline and the waterways, right, Jeff?
Correct. This is a strong component of our current official plan, is to make sure that there's no negative impact on these features before there's development. You could take lake trout lakes that are at capacity, and such as Kashagawagamog. I'm trying to think of other ones, Koshlong, but it's mostly not in our jurisdiction. Mesquabi. Adding one more shoreline structure to each of those lots could create a pretty big impact on those lake trout lakes. What these studies would do would say, here's ways to mitigate it, whether it's through vegetation buffers. I'm not sure what they would include, but
My own opinion, I don't know how they would add to the negative impact on it. And please don't think I'm against the environment because of everything but again, just use a dock crib as an example. If we're putting a dock crib out there to support a dock or a deck, you're putting stones and a bunch of timbers in there and making it work. You could say that, yeah, that could impose fish habitat. Meanwhile, when you go at the end of your dock, there's nothing but rock bass and crayfish and everything else now in that substructure of the dock. And I don't think any of these buildings are impactful in a negative way to that if we sustain the course we're on of, not having holes in the floors of the saunas or gas cans or stuff or motors or snowmobiles in them on that note. And of course, that's my own opinion. You could study it to death and you're going to get a different answer in every study, but everybody's going to have to pay into the pot for 3 to 5 grand. And like you mentioned there earlier on, I keep saying every inch of the shoreline is fish habitat on that note. But again, that's my opinion.
Yeah, we'll look at a lot of different things too, but like also erosion and stormwater runoff off the roof structures. There's going to be removal of shoreline vegetation. So that's the kind of things that it's going to look at. But whatever direction council sends me on, that's what I'll move towards.
Yeah.
I think there was consensus on that one.
You can leave it in there. Like I said, we got another public meeting yet, and we don't have to make that hard and fast decision now whether 7 stays or goes. On that note, we can massage it later on. It's my own opinion.
I just have a quick question back to the vehicles and gas in the shed. You're saying not to have that, but where do people put them?
Well, they could put it in their shed that's 20 meters from the lake.
Quite often right now, you see it sitting on the dock.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because they don't have a shed, maybe.
You know, it sits on the dock all weekend and,
Yeah.
and I mean, there's no use saying one thing, mean another here. That's where usually it is.
Not the worst thing for the lake.
That's the worst thing it is for the lake. So we're trying to be proactive and say, don't keep it in your shed, but there's no
Well-
rules that say you can't have it sitting on your dock.
Right.
So anyway.
How are we doing?
Did council want to change that one?
No, no, that's fine. Leave it in the, I'm just saying that we're doing a better thing lately by saying, don't leave it in there. And then we all do know that most people have it sitting on the shoreline all weekend. So, but we can't do anything about that, so.
Okay. The last one was, like I said, it was just a technicality. I want to make some changes to the language of the policies to replace the term roofed structure with the word building, which is basically the same thing.
I like the way you had it the first time. Kidding.
What's that? Okay. And that's it.
Jeff, did you put anything in there on the size of these things? Did we talk about that one or not?
Oh, did I skip that one? I did skip that one. It was, I recommended a maximum of 10 square meters for all. Right now we have 15 square meters. And I was recommending 10 square meters, which is 108 square feet.
I'm 100% fine with that if everybody else is.
Okay. Is there anything else that, based on any of the conversations or discussions or comments that we received that council wants to make some changes?
Let's go back to where we're asking them to close the road allowance. What was that comment? You have to own the shoreline in every case?
If the structure's going to be on it, that's my understanding.
Well, that's makes it pretty secure. That should sell.
Yeah, that might give us a little. If they're purchasing the shoreline road allowance to build a gazebo, right? We might be able to get a little traction on their site plan and stuff and incorporate it all together. So we've got some bylaw can go and look at it, right?
Yep.
Are you ready for a resolution yet, Jeff?
I think so, unless there's anything else, I can go through the resolution. I think it might have to be altered slightly. But it was be it resolved that council acknowledge receipt of the public comments received at the open house, and further that council direct staff to make changes to the proposed policies as per council direction and the staff recommendations in the council report dated July 22nd, 2025. So I think if we remove, we could say based on council direction regarding staff recommendations in the report, and then I have them written down, and again, you'll get to see them all again before anything's final.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we'll get to see them for sure. So you can circulate them.
Yep.
So is that a resolution then?
Yeah, and I'll read through it one more time. So yeah, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the public comments received at the open house, and further that council directs staff to make changes to the proposed policies as per council's discussion and direction regarding staff recommendations in the staff report.
Okay. Have a mover and seconder to that. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. A lot of work there, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. And I believe that's it for planning.
It is. Okay, let's move along. Get this finished up here. Harcourt Community Hall,
Nope, but they've not had a
No.
meeting.
West Guilford,
No, not for Port Murray.
Rails End.
They had their meeting and their summer art show is coming up very shortly. You can check out all their events on their website.
Resolution.
Be it resolved the council acknowledges receipt of the July 2025 Rails End Gallery and Arts Center report.
Okay. All mover and seconder. Nancy and Pat, all in favor? BIA.
Murray, the last meeting was deferred, so I don't have anything to report.
Okay.
And I don't have anything to report on Harvest Halliburton.
Okay. Kawartha Halliburton Source Protection. Walt, no meetings? When do they ever meet? Upper Trent Water Management.
Nope.
No. Okay, so we need a resolution to go into close.
Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 2:29 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to a proposed disposition of lands in the township of Dysart, Guilford and Havelock, applications to purchase original road allowance and requests for land conveyance for property access, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if it's disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Property taxation update.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carmen, Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a report from closed session, a resolution, sorry. Be it resolved that council sets the purchase price for the part of the road allowance between lots 20 and 21, concession 1 in the township of Havelock, shown as part 2 on the plan of survey 19R 9292 at $9,000. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-67, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting, be read a first, second, and third time passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Nancy and David? Carried. And the adjournment.
Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on July 22nd at 3:03 PM.
All in favor? Thank you.